Alright, here we go. Hi guys. Welcome to the stream. We have work to do today. Yo, thanks for the prime. Lord Remir. 666. Appreciate that. Okay, we've done a few things already. I think what we want to do today is a lunge Barb and or Frenzy and or Bash. But they're basically all the same. And or Flay. And then I need to do some more stuff on Spiritborn actually, and some more stuff on Rogue. So we'll see. I think the name is very straightforward, but okay. I'm glad I did it, I guess. Okay, let's do some Barb action. I wonder if we're gonna do this. Probably. I mean, for Frenzy, would have to go dual build anyway. I wonder if we do some stuff like Grandfather. Maybe, actually. Lunge. I mean, it just goes to 100% by default. So we actually don't need any other weapon there. That's kind of interesting. What about Pain Gorger? Nah. Starness. Probably do adaptability here. Moonrise here. We probably... It's 40 bleed. Is this PTR version? Yes. I mean, if you get Berserking another way, it's a nice way to get Berserking, which is also 3 seconds now, weirdly. It used to be 1.5. Heals. This represents increased damage. So it's 144. Does that scale with ranks? It doesn't look like it scales with ranks, huh? So it's gonna be relatively bad. $207. Okay, it's still like 20%. So I need to get Berserking somehow. I can do anger management. Thank you, Bastaki, by the way. Not a robot. What time is the PTR starting? Should be like 5 hours from now tomorrow. Kind of wild, man. Dire Whirlwind. 50% crit, 50% crit damage in one-handed aspect. Okay, then. There's actually not that many other good aspects, yeah. Everything seems kind of shit. I Or maybe even do rapid or some shit there. I mean, rapid is still 35 attack speed. And we can do a two-handed still there. Do we do earthquakes anyway? Why is staying in earthquakes? Yeah, we kind of have to do that, right? And then we can do stuff like money, sun. Maybe. A shroud. A perdition. Who's of the mountain god? 10 fury per second, basic attack speeds. That's a lot of basic... Dude, that is a lot of basic attack speed. Wait a minute. So... This is cap 2. This is cap 2. Killing a crocodile enemy grants 15 and increase attack speed for 3 seconds. This is also 20 attack speeds. Where's berserking? Oh wait, berserking is damage and move speed. Never mind. Okay. No cross. Thanks for the prime. How many new builds are the team planning to write and how excited are they about it? I mean, there's certainly a few new builds coming, right? We're gonna have a Hydra build. We're gonna have some, well, returning, I guess. And maybe new Barb stuff, like, you know, Lunging Strike. I mean, the thing is that Lunging Strike, Frenzy, Bash, like, Flay, they're basically all the same builds with, like, minor tweaks. So that's gonna be like 99% copy pasta if you make multiple of these. But other than that, yeah, this might be, you know, a few Barb guides. I mean, you're gonna have maybe a Return of Payback, maybe like a new build for Spiritborn with the pants. What else? Maybe a second minion, like a minion mage necro thing. Yeah, there's actually a bunch of stuff, at least like 5-6 new guides, I would say. And then we'll see what we archive, maybe. Thanks, Maria, by the way. Can probably go basic the whole way, bash your way to victory. Yeah, I mean, it's like playable right now. And it doesn't suffer that much on nerfs. I guess overpower nerfs are still affecting bash and stuff. But it wouldn't affect Flay, for example. Like, Flay is literally just a better rend now. It's kind of funny, I think. Just hope builds are not gonna do trillions of damage. Yeah, they roughly cut a 0 off from the top builds or so. So we're probably gonna see trillion, but only like the very top end on the top best builds. What was my favorite season in T4? Probably season 0. But otherwise, season 8 was really good, I think. Anyway, I don't think you need to go rapid. This is actually kind of useless. Might just do anger management. Let's try to make a tree. After overpowering, deal increase damage, so we want to do that. Gain 3% more fury. After overpowering, you deal 40% more damage for 5 seconds. Now, can we force an overpower on Hammer of the Ancients? Not really, right? No, this is not really realistic, I think. Maximum Fury. Wait, is there a link or what? Yeah, I don't expect that pulverized poison stuff to be a thing right now. Like, they need to do some major buff to the weapon, I think. Like, first of all, I don't expect this poison stuff to be functional with like all the multipliers, like crit and overpower. And even if it was, it's probably a downgrade over a normal weapon. Like, this thing needs like a major upgrade, I think. Yeah, Hunter Zenith is not really a thing these days, by the way. I think it's got normal ring, changing, rabbits. You don't have shockwave, by the way. You're missing the most important aspect. Wild Bolt is also pretty awful. I would not do that. Greasy Rage, okay. I'll probably also go the Greasy Rage route. Like, you're missing two aspects, actually. You don't have the Pulverized Earth aspect, and you don't have the Shockwave. You need those two. You have to put those two. You probably have to go 2 normal rings. And I would not do this. I think this is kind of like 3 wasted points. Like, once you have like Earth synergies and so on, you need to pick up this. You can do this. Actually, you probably want to go Vasilis. I think did I make a Pulverize already? No. But yeah, right now I don't think that Pulverize is really gonna change much. They just need to kind of like make this item fit in, and then everything is fine. But right now this item is just like giga undertuned. So you're taking like one of the worst builds on the Druid, which also gets nerfed from the overpower shenanigans, and then you downgrade it with this weapon. That's basically what you're doing. So it's currently not really going anywhere. I think Druid and Spiritborn will benefit from Enquiries next season. I mean, overpower is getting nerfed. A bunch of other stuff is getting nerfed. So Andariel's kind of wins, let's say. But Andarius is very far off. Yeah, okay. I mean, if you're looking at... Okay, forget about Druid. Andariel Druid is not happening, but Andariel Spiritborn is actually a thing. I'm definitely gonna try this on the PTR. Like, Andariel Spiritborn is a thing. And it's not getting nerfed, actually. Well, it is kind of getting a bit of a nerf with the Noxious Resonance change. But this affects all of the poison builds, and in fact, I think there's ways to kind of like circumvent the nerfs for the most part. So I've been already cooking that on the Stinger build, and it's basically the same story on any other poison build. So yeah, I think Andariel Spiritborn is actually gonna be playable. I'll check it out. I'm gonna make a planner for mage minions. I might try, but I'm not really a big minion fan, and I don't really know all the details about minion builds. So I'll probably leave that to someone like Macro. Is a duelist in Cap 1 or 2? Cap 1 apparently. guess he's too unconstrained, right? Walking Arsenal is in cap 2. 25 attack speed, that's a lot. I don't care about this actually. I don't think we need this. So we still have one thing to put on the bar. Something like that, maybe. And we want to get the longer durations, maybe. Don't think we need more generate, right? We have 12 generate, 12% more. We can like check if that's actually enough. It should be enough anyway. Quite easily. So something like that. How's this basic damage? Berserking. We don't even need damage for Berserking anymore, right? Berserking duration. What else is there? Damage by Wrath, the Berserker is active. You don't need any of this stuff. And the basics actually be low now. They lower these tempers. All power, kick. Earthquake size, frenzy duration, double swing size, rend. Actually, we could put rupture, right? That's 40% attack speed, but I think I have too much. Yeah, actually, wait a minute. We have easy 100% extra attack speed here in cap 2. Oh my god. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so I don't know what to do actually as my tempers. I guess just do basic. Or damage by Berserking, which would technically buff our earthquakes, but here we can do, I don't know, lucky hit, crowd control, ground stomp, leap, slam size. Everything's kind of whatever, man. Stun duration. Okay, everything is useless here. I wonder if we can do some kind of like a hit action. So he has a lot of like a hit, but I'm not sure what to do with it. You want anything for utility? You can do a hectic if you want. I'm not sure if we care about that, but it's gonna feel good. Probably do something like that. Lunging strike healing apparently is a thing. Do they need to add like an all-res temper? That'd be neat. Okay, all the defensive stuff is completely pointless here. So, I don't know. Dodge. Okay. I wonder if they're gonna go with these pants. Yeah, I mean, we have to go for the lunging strike ranks. Like, we're already overcapped here. Let's do something like this. Basic. It's a lot of resource. Thanks, RNL. The second half of the aspect does nothing for the build or Grizzly Rage. I mean, you can still do Earthen Bulwark. You know, Grizzly Rage. Earth is a bear skill with Azilis. You can press Earthen Bulwark every few seconds. So if you do Grizzly Rage, you can still benefit from that. And I mean, you still need your Earth synergies. Because if you don't have the Earth synergies, you're missing like, I don't know, 3-4 big damage passives. And some stuff on the Paragons. Like, yeah, maybe you can do some stuff like Heightened Malice instead of Earthen Devastation. But Azilis is just insane, so I don't think you can make up for that. We could try that, but realistically, I don't think that's the way. Like, usually you always have Azilis or Tempest Raw on like every build on Druid, and I don't think this is changing with that weapon. Unless you really want to use the weapon and we can't scale it any other way. And then I guess we'll see. Call of the Ancients cooldown reduction. I'll check the ring later. Call of the Ancients cooldown reduction. Strength. Pit Fighter is nice. And nothing else is really nice. Counter offensive, maybe. Okay, my attack speed is at 63. That's pretty everything. Okay. What if I move one? 61. Okay. Okay. My armor should be fine. My res. Almost. You don't need to masterwork this here. Kinda interesting. Let's do something like this. It's all alive. I guess it's gonna be Igni. Igni Jar. Sounds actually like an idea. What's my crit here? 121. Okay. Looks like we're gonna be okay here. In fact, we might have too much armor. Let me check if there's like any other passes you can take. We have duelists here. No, this is fine. Crit door, no mercy. 12. Right ring. Didn't mean do anything yet. 98%. Yeah, they have kept attack speed like this. This is our Paragon. So maybe we don't even have to go all in there. Crit is fine. Okay. Let's see. So you do Decimator, Blood Rage. And now we log out, I guess. We do Weapons Master. Oh my god. $15, huh? And here's the R, Alive, Coldress, Crit, Berserking, Crit. And this thing. The R, Alive. That's a lot of the R, actually. Yeah, that seems kind of pointless. I mean, 15 attack speed, sure, we can lose like one roll there or something. But strength. And we have a Giga DR here. So I might just do that. 12, 8. This is also 8, this is 14. There's also like another 12, it's like another like 10, 15 DR. Certainly better than this. And Warbringer. Res, Fury, Alive. Fury. I mean, this is kind of neat. I might just do this. No, you probably don't need Rallying Cry. Maybe we remove this and we do this instead. Rallying Cry might be useless. Maybe do this here. We'll see how much we need. See you, Filmic. You scale progress to 37 ranks. Yeah, I mean, just like scaling ranks is not gonna make a build good suddenly. I think the nerf across the board is a good thing. I mean, generally, yes. Like the stuff they nerfed needed to be nerfed. It's just kind of like, you know, there's a lot of like collateral damage basically of like weaker builds that get crowded out now. But I can fix those later. Okay, we want ambidextrous. As we notice, we don't have a mace actually. So I cannot do that. We want to do ire. We could do wrath. We could do undaunted. Yeah, we have a lot of like stuff that we don't really want here. What's like the biggest strength board? They're all like 110, 105, 115, okay. Wrath is the next one, right? Here's attack space. Undaunted as will. Here's also will. There's will. Maybe gonna put challenger. So something like that maybe. Kind of funny pathing, I gotta say. We just path out everywhere, it seems here. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Alright. Thanks, Stars. There's only 4. Kind of want to puff out there. But it's only 4. And this is 4 as well. Need to attach more Paragon bots. You don't want this, but this is okay. Maybe I should put like the ambidextrous here for the extra fury. I have to give up this maximum rest here. That's kind of nice. 1, 2, 3. And this also makes this only 4 to the exit. This is 5. 5. It's also not connected. Kind of funny. Okay, that had to remove something. Maybe some of the small additive nodes, maybe some of the armor nodes. How's this looking? And rest is very good. Okay, we're gonna have 77, maybe 80 all res. We get 18, we get 28. We need 18. We have too much res. And also, we have too much armor. Can we remove this? We can. Can do strength. My life is 22k, that seems pretty nice. You might actually want to do the Zek rune for the Call of the Ancients, right? Also, I realize we don't need any of this like generation here. What's my maximum fury? 312, holy shit. Okay. That's a big multi there. What's my speech? 175. This is without berserking. Berserking is 15. So 590. Okay. Attack speed is too much now. Crit is way too much now. Ugh. We can't actually get rid of the crit. Let's remove this. It's kind of weird not taking anything down there. I'm not taking this. Okay, I've set to fix 17 points there. I also get this actually. Okay, what's my armor? Too high. I could maybe cut off this entire thing here. It's very little vuln. There's 6 points to go there. Armor is still fine. I'll take an exit of 4. This one. Okay, now we need 8 points. We might just cut off this entire fire rest thing, to be fair. I think I have too much rest still. This always goes in. We might do this here for Call of the Ancients. Catalytic skill getting 25 cooldown reduction sounds kind of nice. This doesn't actually help us, we have too much attack speed. We can't really master anything else. This thing also has 15 fury per second, I just realized. It's kind of interesting that they make like a basic skill item and it gives you fury per second. Why? They don't do elemental damage. Buh. Okay, so we do the DR. And now we do it's also 15 crit, but we have too much crit and we have also capped movement speed. So we do the cooldown reduction. And do catalytic is the guess just do the anomalies. Because we don't care. Direct summoner, vampiric, chilling wind, suppressor. Nothing really matters, so we can do the R. And then we do. Hey Horia, thank you. There's no questions in there. Wait, what's happening? The best class build for the mana bosses is Death Trap Rogue. This season and next, I guess. There's barriers. Do we care about barriers? We can do some days, cause why not? Deactivate resistance aura. And then we need power. Movement. Unstoppable. That's only when we invoke though. 8% maximum resource generation per second. Nah. Effect size of catalyst. Let's just do that, I suppose. Okay, we can't get any more attack speed, unfortunately. Also, this this build has 1000 int. It's a very smart Barb. I think Riff has updated the maximum rest values. We still have too much, turns out. We don't need that GA. Okay, that looks better. Oh, you even added that. Very cool. So you have 10.5 seconds. And we could do the Zac rune. You might not need the teleport, to be honest. You have leap. We lunge around all the time. But teleport just feels good. What's the harm? But maybe for like a higher end version, we're gonna do Zac rune. So we have permacall. Actually, we need earthquakes somehow. I have earthquakes here. Ground Stone creates an earthquake. So something for leap. Leap creates an earthquake. What's a cooldown? 14. Not sure what I'm supposed to do with the lucky hit here. Impairment reduction, but wait, do we have unstoppable? Actually, I don't think I do. So again, unstoppable here. Okay. I wonder if it allows us to cast Call of the Ancients while we are CC'd, when we get the unstoppable from this. But kind of doubt it. Dude, 312 maximum fury. So Ramadani is like 155 bonus. And that ability is like a 300 bonus almost. 280 or something. Kind of wild. Moonrise also. Actually, Moonrise gives us attack speed. You have too much attack speed. You only need 80. You don't need crit or anything, man. That's kind of weird. Actually, can we remove attack speed somewhere? This doesn't have attack speed. All we can do is this. And this. So if 100% crit, capped attack speed 1 and 2. Kind of like it. So this generates 12 fury, we get 15 per second, and we also have how much fury generation? 16.1 and 38. Oh my god, dude. And this. So we lose per second, how much? 2. We lose per attack, 25, and we gain 12. So we gain 20 back. We generate 13. We generate 22 per second. So we lose 5 per attack. But we gain 22 per second. Plus you have the Ancients. Yeah, I mean, it's easy peasy, full energy all the time. Don't even have to do anything for it. Just not sure about the Earthquakes, actually. This might be something for pushing and stuff. But maybe I was gonna replace this. I'm not sure with what. Can't do Rapid. I can't even do Conceited. I don't know what I will do. It sounds scuffed. Elements. Inner Calm. Two-handed Inner Calm. We could have two-handed Moonrise. There's Edge Masters. I think we do that. Do we have one right now, actually? Not really. Thing is 4,500 strength. Not sure if it really wants to grasp. It might be relatively whatever. So you can just do this one and unstallable and yeah. Yeah. I feel like there needs to be more utility in all these like Barb skills. Like they have some utility, but I mean, okay, kick makes vulnerable, man. Everyone has vulnerable. And you know, Steel Grass gives you berserking and vulnerable. Like everyone has berserking and vulnerable. Deathblow has nothing. Rupture is nicely attack speed, but we kept. Like I feel like all this stuff needs to do more interesting things. And then we don't have to go triple shout everywhere, but I feel like I just go triple shout again, because what else? A lot of lucky hit chance bonus for literally no lucky hit effects that I have. Actually, I have this, I guess. So roughly every 2 attacks will apply Vuln. Okay, that's not a bad. Crowd control duration bonus. How much additive is this? 6, 7, 800, 1900. 2k, 2.1, 2.3, 2.4, 2.6, 3.2, 3.2k, and then when we overpower, we get another 2.5k, so we get a roughly double, a bit more than double damage when we overpower, which we will every 6 attacks. And with that kind of attack speed, I suppose we do like, let's say 3 attacks per second. Or 3.5 maybe, so we're gonna proc the Sun Rune roughly once every 2 seconds, or a bit faster. It'll have 0.35 seconds uptime. This might be like 2 hits out of 6 that are buffed by like a ×2 or a bit more. So it's like an average buff of like 35-40% DPS. It's pretty decent. But it makes me wonder if it wouldn't just be better to go Earthquakes. So this Edge Masters aspect, we might actually be better off just ignoring all this overpower shenanigans. But you also get extra value from Decimator, which buffs only overpower damage. And then we also get Warpath regularly. Yeah, I guess realistically you remove the Jar Rune, and then you put Earthquakes, and put the Earthquake aspect, remove Edge Masters, and that's like the higher tier stuff. You might have to do it anyway, because it might not be strong enough. It might be fast enough anyway. So damage. Okay. Any chance Andariel Sorc is a thing next patch if Hydra lucky hit? I mean, they just deleted like 13 Hydra heads from your build. 12. 13. They just deleted 13 Hydra heads from your build. Times 4. And then they doubled the lucky hit. So forget it. I mean, okay, I can like not run the Hydra neck. But I don't really believe in Hydra being the best lucky hit source. I think it's probably still like Chain Lightning and stuff. Okay, we got this here for now. It's gonna be interesting to try. And you can do exactly the same stuff with any of the other core skill, basic skills. I guess maybe for play we'd have to do a bit of a different setup, like probably remove Grandfather. Because you want to do the Flay Tempo, you can actually take the Flay Tempo on all weapons compared to the other. Yeah, you get a 100% Flay duration. You can do this ×2, maybe on one-handed. So you can do some shenanigans. Yeah, I don't really believe in the Hydra lucky hit, but maybe. I mean, they doubled it roughly. But, I mean, Andariel Sorc. That was a thing in Season 5 with Chain Lightning. It was like Exile was like 50-50 with Andariel roughly. I'm not sure where Exile Conduit lands right now. And Chain Lightning in general, but maybe with all the overpower nerfs. Maybe it could be something of a thing. And this might actually be also like a build where maybe, you know, doing like Enlightenment and then like this Poison Catalyst that gives you like poison damage might actually give like enough power to Andariel's. Yeah, maybe that's the thing, I don't know. It seems like the only build right now that actually would run the infusion for a good reason. think Season 9 is harder than Season 8. Considering they nerfed almost every build by a factor of 10, I would say yes. Deciphering Infusion. What is Deciphering Infusion? I'm talking about the Scaling Gem. Tyrant Bane, nah. I mean, you have this that destroys Wallers and Chilling Wind, which is nice. You have this, which is damage reduction, which is nice. But also deactivates Summoner. You kind of don't want to deactivate Summoner, I guess. You have Chill, which could be good. This is relatively pointless unless you really want a poisoning effect as like a Druid or something. But they made getting poison very easy. And you have this, which deactivates Suppressor, which is also kind of neat. So I think all these infusions actually have a bit of use. You're talking about this, yeah. Siphoning Gizmo. Yeah, I mean, this is like relatively whatever, right? Like on the Fire Sorcs, once you fully dot them up, they just basically melt to death instantly anyway. Spiritborn just exploded with Noxious Resonance all the time anyway. So which class would actually benefit from this? Like Poison Imbue shenanigans maybe would benefit from this. And then maybe something like Blight Necro. And then, yeah, okay, I mean, like for Barbs, the Flay, that's actually a good thing. So if you do like a Flay Barb, this is very good actually, because your Flay is gonna last like 15 seconds or some shit. 20 seconds. Yeah, for Barb, this is very good actually. Maybe there's like another few builds. The Shatter Consume effect that made Sorc busted. Yeah, it was just a bug. Because like all the fireball dot extra hit stuff was just like double dipping into a Shatter Explosion. That was just a bug. Okay. That was fun actually. I'm kind of excited to try this. Like if this has the damage, if this has like a billion DPS plus, then we're chilling. Can we see the damage? 25 million. With Xan, it goes to quintuple. That seems a bit sus. Editability, and bit extras, monotony, enhanced. Okay, that's only on healthy. What about Moonrise here? I don't see Moonrise. I don't see the Earthquake thing. So those together are like maybe a ×4. I'm not sure if Grandfather's included. It seems like Grandfather's not included either. So this looks like it's gonna be strong enough. If you have a billion TPS, you're fine in Torment 4. Okay, and maybe like 10 billion would be nice to do the bosses. If you can reach 10 billion DPS, you're chilling. And this might actually. Thanks, Arnell. Appreciate the sub gift. It'd be nicer to fix Fist of Fate so it works with everything. Yeah, Fist of Fate just doesn't work with dots. Or maybe it's just with like item dots or item procs. I know it doesn't work with Andari, but it does work with Azure Wrath. So I think it's mostly the dots. But I think Poison Imbue, for example, works. Is the build that makes Iron Maelstrom viable? No. Can I recreate the face I made for the hider video? It's kind of hard to spontaneously combust myself. EQ is the best bar build again, yes. They got it, your favorite build, Mighty Throw. Yeah, Mighty Throw had a lot of like weird snapshot shenanigans going on. I'm not sure if like all of it is fixed now. Would have to ask Beatdropper. I know Beatdropper is like, he's always like pushing Mighty Throw a lot and stuff. So I know they fixed a few things there. Yeah, Mighty Throw are probably gonna go down a lot. Earthquake got nerfed just a little bit. And everything else has got nerfed a lot. I think McFlurry Rogue is gonna be good. Yeah, that's Cope, I think. Like the new Helm currently is not even an upgrade, I think. Bars are mad, the core skills are weak, and builds are using sub-skills. Solution, add a unique to boss basics. Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? We've been complaining as Barbs, like, for 5 seasons now or something. Hey, our core skills suck, do something. Now they're coming out after like 1 year. And I mean, okay, this is an interesting item, I think. Like, this is a cool item. It's kind of weird that they made a pair of boots that gives you double damage and cleave. Because why? Why is this not like a weapon or something a little bit more thematically fitting? But okay. And now we kind of have some basic builds going on. But they're like 20 times weaker than Earthquake anyway, so... I guess realistically I would need to nerf Earthquake more. Like, I'm not sure how they will bring up core skills to anywhere close to the level of the Earthquake right now. They would have to do some insane buffs, and I'm not sure where. Like, what would they do that would buff core skills that much without buffing everything else? So, they need like at least a times 20 or some shit. Where do you put that? So yeah, realistically, I think the main thing they need to nerf is actually Heavy Hitter. Like, Heavy Hitter is so fucking obnoxious. Like, you also have to temper this on like all of your weapons, and then you have to masterwork this on all of your weapons. And you get like, 25 ranks or some shit. Or 30, I don't know. And each of them is 15% bonus, like, and then you have like the difference between someone who actually did that masterworking and someone who didn't, and it's like a fucking insane gap. Like, I think they just need to nerf this. And this will probably be okay. And it would actually make, the gearing process a little bit more convenient. But yeah. Why can't I temper this on weapons in the first place? Yeah, some classes have certain damage passives as a weapon temper. Like Spiritborn also has like a few damage passives like Furnace and Nourishment or something, or Ravenous, and so on. That's like a thing. Like Necros also have that. It's kind of just like a, backup before some builds that don't actually, use a skill, right? So I don't think that this is a problem that this exists. It's just that, you get like 30 ranks of this, and then it just goes out of control. And also, if you don't have those 30 ranks, you have like only 20 ranks, you actually feel like a massive downgrade in your build, because the numbers are so high. If you don't get all the triple masterworks on like every single weapon, then he's going to be so much weaker than the other guy. I kind of like the setup. I'll try this. And if you have enough damage and we don't need your Earthquakes, I'm gonna put Moonrise here, Edgemasters there, and then we go Jar Rune. And maybe that's fine. And you can do basically exactly this build with like all of the basic attacks, maybe not Flay. For Flay, we're probably gonna drop the Grandfather, since you're not critting anyway. You have to drop all the crit stuff. Actually, would Flay run... Maybe Flay runs Gushing Wounds, right? Increase the bleed amount by 70% and also by 100% of your crit bonus. So I guess he would probably run Gushing Wounds for Flay. Instead of this. But yeah, maybe Grandfather is still fine, but you kind of want to like get more Flay duration mods. Just give you ideas to nerf Barb. Yeah, I think realistically Earthquake is too strong. Like Earthquake right now is going to be the strongest build in the game, I think. And it's just like so far above everything else on the Barb. It's also like, you know, you're like level 20, you equip a Tech Rune, and then you have Earthquake Barb. And just never stop, right? You just keep blasting. Which, I mean, by itself is not a problem, but it's just like such a powerful build. And also, you don't really do much. Like, I would like to play like some Hoda, some Upheavals, and Double Swing, you know, Rend. Like, there's so many cool things here. But they're all like so much weaker than Earthquake. And yeah, the basic skills are like somewhere in the middle, I guess. We'll see. Did we try Pulverize stuff? What else do we have, actually? Yeah, I don't think it's even worth trying. Yeah, Upheaval is super fun. Now, I do want to try some Touch of Death shenanigans, actually. I just realized earlier today that Touch of Death is actually completely unaffected by any nerfs. Which is kind of big. So we're gonna take this here. It's actually Chronix's job, but I want to cook a little bit. Yeah, dude, I want to play Deathblow as well. Deathblow, Upheaval, that's like really cool stuff. Ah, actually, he has already updated a few things. Yeah, I already told Chronix a few suggestions for the Touch of Death guide. I see he's done some changes, actually. Okay. Let's do PTR. Sunstain got buffed at some point to 250, as realized. When did that happen? Tam Q, Ignigar. Oh, it's gonna be so janky actually next season. Oh. .6% primary core start, 8% life, and unhindered. Just like that. It's kind of wild. Wonder how hard it will be to craft these jewels. Gain 30% attack speed, huh? That's actually really good on Spiritborn. (42.5% Paragon attack speed). Okay then. Here's a Ravenous. Here's a Ravager. Alright, we get everything right from Sunstained. It's kind of neat. And here too. It's a lot of points actually. It's almost enough. Yeah, he's on life, yeah. Wait, is that actually the nerfed? Yeah, that's the nerfed value. Okay. Kind of want Duelist. We kind of want Furnace. Okay, we're 20 away. We need more. Oof. Because we are gonna have 78, we're gonna have 80, so we're gonna get exactly that with Incense. But then we can do some stuff. So core skills. Nourishment is really nice now because they made it poison damage, not just poisoning. It's actually a good passive now. Get unstoppable. You kind of want more there. Let's do 4 seconds. This has 12.8 seconds cooldown. Can do catalytic skill ultimate. You want that anyway. Let's do anomaly. Here's an interesting thing. Damage from your catalyst has a 48% chance to consume damage over time effects. So if that procs often enough, we can actually play Touch of Death with Prodigy's Tempo, even in a farming build. We don't need Nexus Resonance then. That would be huge. If that works. Then we can go Shroud. We don't have to deal with the drain. Binding Morass, huh? Which one is the... Here's damage resistance aura. After you cast a color skill, if it is an ultimate, gain further attack speed. Okay, let's just assume this is cap 2. Which means, do we cap out cap 2? We're gonna have 5, 9, 13, 14 ferocity. Which is 70. So we get exactly 100 if it's cap 2. Let's hope it's cap 2. Else it's gonna be a bit sad. That's a lot of resource. 20% maximum resource generation per second for the next 10 seconds. That is actually kind of nuts. There's apply vulnerable. You can do some freezing, because why not? There's the R, chill. Don't really care about chilling wind. All this, we don't really care about any, to be honest. Let's do the R. That could be interesting. We also have 3 points left right now, so we can do this if we get a Jaguar attack. I don't think we do. Need a bit of crit, yeah. Do we care about this? Do we care about this? And this? Don't really care about any of it, I think. This is perma up. This is almost perma. This is like every 4. It's like every 3.5. We get cost 76. 38. We gain. Something like 30 per second just from this. We spend 38 each. So we need some resource gain, which I guess we will do here. And sapping, and it's gonna be okay. Maybe this is not even needed. Can't try to have this. Save. You also get a cooldown reduction actually, because you get all upgrades, right? You also get the extra hits here, so we stack potent very easily. So you're missing this. How much is this? It's 1.5 per stack of ferocity. We have 15 stacks. It's 22.5. That's a lot. Actually, 14 stacks. It's 21. Still very good. But you also have to give up something. We don't really have much to give up, to be honest. So I think it's fine to go here. But I need more crits. How many ranks is this? 23. So if I do a 10% difference, I get to 93. We don't have crit there actually. It's also around a 7% difference. Yeah, it's all very tight with the armor and stuff. Do we have our here? We have our here with armor already. I guess it's except we don't hit the full value here. Is our here included? Yes. We could remove auspicious. And then we're gonna get 130, 150. 2.5 times 150 is 3. Yeah, we're gonna get exactly to 5k pretty much. This is okay. But we have the auspicious ranks. Get a 69% barrier. Actually more. I can't play PTR today. Only me. Hello, don't give it away, and thanks Trent for the Prime. How bad I think Season 9 will be with the nerfs that they don't touch monster health. Actually, I really appreciated the nerfs back in Season 8, and I think in Season 9 it's gonna feel even more interesting. Like, progressing to Torment 4 and like, farming Torment 4 will actually be a goal. That is, like, you know, something you have to work towards, which is gonna be fun. Because they also buff the loot a lot, right? They give us like more GAs now and stuff like that. So I'm actually kind of looking forward to that. Very low dex here. How's the Paragon? Can't do bitter medicine, right? Actually, it has bitter medicine. But I don't think this actually works. I don't think bitter medicine works on this. He's not running Viscous. But I think I will. It's a Dex Glyph. This is also a Dex Glyph. Golden Crowd. Doesn't have the max resource. Okay, we have Jag, Eagle, Centipede, Gorilla. We actually have all four. You can also do Menageries if you want. Yeah, I feel like in Season 8, it was nice that they made stuff harder and there was more progression. But there was not really a point in the progression, right? You can just stay in Torment 3 and just farm that, and there was barely a difference. But now that there's actually like in more GAs, like you don't get better loot or new loot or something, but you get more of the good stuff, and I think that's gonna feel pretty good to try to get into Torment 4, because you're gonna see the good drops more frequently. Depends on how much they actually amped up the drops, I guess. So I think that's gonna be exciting. I'm sure it's just gonna be past that a Paragon board actually from another build, but okay, let's do this. Thanks, Messy Bandit and Penguin. Oof. Okay, now we have too much armor, which is good. Maybe you can remove this, yeah. Then we can do resilient or auspicious. I would kind of like to do resilient. But auspicious is also nice. And we have too much res. It is what it is, okay. I'd rather have the extra speed. 185, okay, that's pretty good. Crit. 98. So you went for Ravenous instead of Apex. Definitely go Apex. There's gonna be a lot of attack speed. I wonder if we can sustain the resources. So maybe we have to give up the 30% here. And then we go for resources from this one. And put the catalytic skill on Touch of Death itself. We get 10 resources every time. Which should probably multiply to something like 15, 20. Can also put some points there. But it should be okay. Our maximum is 130. Gain 15 every 3 attacks. Which is like around 30 as well. So that gives me roughly 1 free every 3 attacks. And then we get a region here. This is 10% per second. 13, 15. This is like around 20 per second. Nah, it might be a bit tight with the resources, but we'll see. Endurance also gives us resources. 40. This is every 7 seconds. This is every 3.5 seconds. So it should be fine. Worst case, we put another 1 or 2 points here. Potency damage, by the way. I think we do that. Actually, we also can temper Bastion. It's kind of funny. So do this. Oh, there's only 2 offensive tempers in this entire build. We don't need Gar anymore. Q. If that kind of attack speed, we can probably keep that bulwark up even. How much do we give up for the crit? We give up 3 ranks. 4 call skill ranks. So if the Gar is worth 4 call skill ranks. Maybe 5 even. So right now we have 21. So that's 16% damage if I put all the call skill ranks. So we can probably get something better than 16% from this. First of all, we can do Lum Rune to solve the resources if we have to. There's full. There's Quacks. Well, I'm not sure if I can resist. I also get a bit of resources here, actually. This is somewhat helpful. Plus a pretty big legendary bonus. Ugh. Hey, Chronix. Yeah, I'm also cooking a bit on Touch of Death right now. I saw that you actually did some tweaks already. We're like in the middle of like updating or something. Dude, this random deck's over here, man. Look at that shit. It's a bit scuffed. Okay. Yeah, I think we have to do a lot of Touch of Death testing. I think Touch of Death is gonna have a lot of potential, actually. Especially pushing-wise. This might actually even beat Quill. And I realized we have Siphoning Gizmo. We can probably try to go Prodigies and Shroud, even on like farming variants. This might be possible. It's an 80% lucky hit. Quite a lot. Depending on how often these things hits. I don't know, is there a better one? I guess you go for the anomaly. But it could work. I mean, if the dot bench was stricken, now we don't care about the dot thing. Like, this is not a dot build. Like, it says dots. Also, by the way, Chronix, are you sure that Bitter Medicine works and that Bane works? I don't think it does. Because you're doing the pops. But, I don't know, have you ever tested that? I mean, if Better Medicine works, then this is nice. But I'm not so sure about it. Bane works. Okay, if Bane works, then I guess Bitter Medicine should work as well. Could remove Revealing, I suppose. Or Viscous. But we need shields anyway with Jack of Shells, so we don't get around that. Yeah, both. Okay, both work. If both work, then Bitter Medicine is definitely nice. I wasn't really sure now. It's just like, did I kind of like a standard setup now? Revenge is very nice, by the way, when you have Gorilla main. So if we don't need a resource, we can remove Fitness, I guess, and put Bane. There's actually a lot of strength there. So we can do that. So there's only 4 to go out there. If we take this, then there's only 4 to go out, which is kind of nice. But I want to go Bitter Medicine anyway. I have 30, I have like 44, 66. We actually have a lot of barriers, so this shit should be perma or close to. Then convergence, sapping. Yeah, I might drop revealing. So like less of just crowd control shenanigans. Boss damage is good anyway on this build. You don't need to stagger and stuff, and then go Better Medicine and drop this board. There's attack speed, but it's okay. And besides attack speed, there's a bit of life armor and crowd control damage. So I think I'll drop this one. Maybe do Better Medicine. Life. Ah, there's attack speed as well. And the only thing we really need is this stuff here. Bane and Colossal is the same. But Colossal might not be used that much in the pushing variant, so let's put it there. Delete this. Not sure if we care about this actually. This is very far. This is 4, 5. And this is 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's the same. Getting 1 point back. Pork. Boom. Okay. And then when we go Jaguar main hall, we just drop a few of the strength nodes here. It's not a really big strength board anyway. We keep the Colossal there. We get nice Poisonous. Poisonous is cool. Actually, are we overcut on Poisonous? I get 3. We have 80. We had 83. Yeah, this Poisonous might actually be too much. Let's be honest. 85, 87. So we have too much Poisonous. 2, 4, 6. So you probably want to just path in there and drop this stuff. You get 6 points. It's kind of neat, actually. Here's attack speed, the life. Damn. Okay. What did we lose on revealing? Attack speed, armor, damn. Life. Okay, it's kind of the same. Resource gen, maybe. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. I like this. You could consider Menagerist. And now we don't have like any of the crowd control bonuses besides Scourge. So we don't have Fester. We don't have Revealing. We just have Scourge as a 50% bonus. Everything else is always active. So I kind of like that. We don't have Fitness. Fitness might actually just be a replacement for Spirit. So I can do early game Fitness and later Spirit. Just to get more resources early on. Or if you really struggle, replace Kenny or something. Change the Binding Morass. You moved Fell Soothsayer off. I mean, I think Fell Soothsayer is probably still useful for like a farming build. It might just like help you with the clear basically, to like random one-shot a bunch of stuff around you. So that's not a terrible idea. But for pushing, for sure, I wouldn't do that. And the thing is that Binding Morass doesn't work on a boss. I would rather go Conceited or something, right? You don't really need the slow from Binding Morass. Like right now, I don't have any CC bonuses besides... I mean, you knock everything down with Vortex if you need CC anyway. You have to Fear and so on. I think Binding Morass is not a thing. Now, I want to make a push version. And here we do this. And maybe Gorilla secondary. Maybe not, actually. And we do Plains. We do Mystic. Now we don't have the two-handed Mystic circle. We also don't need Auspicious here, we do this. Also, by the way, Apex is just better than... Like, it's always potent Apex, I think. Apex just works, and it's really good value. And we probably need some points. Do we just get not go Auspicious at all? Okay, plan B. We delete this. Shroud. Prodigy. We delete this. We delete this. Duelist. Temerity. Now we can get away without Temerity. But if we're talking about push, we need boss damage. And Revealing ain't it, so... How about that? Now we put the... we lower this here. That's too much. And we put a ritual instead of Kenny. Revenge. Actually can't do revenge. Need something else here. Menagerist. Okay, problem solved. 2.36 potency. Seems like such a little number, man. Holy shit. Maybe you want to do this anyway, though. So something like that. 9.9. We have 4, 9, 10, 14. This is 140 multi. Maybe at this point we actually don't want to go Sunstained. And this is like a two-handed Plains power angle. I think actually it might be. How does the stun stain work? Potency to deal double damage. So it's actually just better than that anyway. Like this is better than the unique weapon effects. And we get Mystic Circle potency. And now they do 24%. Let me do this. And let's just assume that Conceited works. Q. Now we can do Ahu Quacks or some shit. If I can somehow get the resources for that. I'm not sure, but we'll see. But I need points now, a lot of points. That's gonna be a struggle. So I might have to take these out. Let me do this. Nah, maybe it's fine. But without the knockdown, we have a problem. I need the knockdown. I think I have to remove this. Ding, ding, ding. Sounds painful. But we don't need Hunter cooldown anymore. We get Resilient back. And we have this actually. Okay, so if we do a combo of 12 attacks, we get 80% cooldown reduction. It's 20% left. 20% is 5 seconds. That's too long. So we have to do 15 attacks. Which means you can take 1 out. We can't take 1 out here, but we can do Vehement Brawler. And take 2 out. And put him here. Shit. Needs a lot of armor. Okay, so something like that. We have like 150, 165 bonus, so when we press instance, we get almost 500. So something like that. Too much crit. And too little attack speed. Perfect. And we don't need Tum and Q. So if you want, you can go Bull, Dark Shrouds, Sun. No, should not be necessary. I mean, Ohm might just double dip, right? For this, we need 100 offering per second. You're gonna get pretty close to that, I think. Actually, I can just do Neo Ohm. So if Ohm double dips, that would be good. Probably want to do that then. How's this? Yeah, so I didn't get everything. Okay, how's the resists? I didn't put resist anywhere. This is actually down bad. Okay. It's fire, light, poison. It's probably shadow and cold that's missing. What? The interesting part is we could, like at least in push, we could still rely on the siphoning. What do you have right now for power? 30% maximum resource generation per second. That is kind of big. But maybe try to do this anyway and solve our resources. Maybe it's enough resources with like Shroud and stuff. And then we get the consumption sometimes. And the resources might be fine. Yeah, we have to like a hit restore resource actually. We also don't need this here. I can actually do resource cost reduction. Is there anything else you want here? Not really, I think. How much item is this? 650, 750, 8, 1300, 17, 18, 19, 22k, 2k additive. A bit low on the compared to other builds, but it's okay. Since you have the Mystic Circle tempers. I wonder if Shroud is actually still away. Maybe just keep Jack and Shell and go like adaptive or something. But Shroud is pretty good. On the other hand, we have to put like the big armor here. We lose Apex ranks, we lose Potent ranks. So does the Shroud actually make up for that? And then 75 core stats. Three different key passes. Seriously. It's actually a struggle with the Shroud. Because I'm missing crit as well. Because I have no idea about breakpoints, so maybe it's fine anyway. I don't know. Missing 6% attack speed. Can we get more? Because there's core ranks. Hunter cooldown, we can need that. So I can cast this. Auspicious is actually not supposed to be here. Is there a res here? There's a res. Thank you for the 2 subs. How's it feel? Hi, Ogora. A chest piece stronger than Shroud, better nerf it. Yep. I guess I can do Resilient to offset the life loss. This thing has very low life. This thing has 10.5k life, by the way. This has 5. What the hell? But Resilient is not included, yeah. I think I should make Resilient auto-include, I feel. Effects. I can give with like a list of like automatically active effects or something. It should generally be everything you put in the build, I feel. Okay, I think we are fine. Just kind of upset about the missing 5.6% attack speed. But it may be relevant, we might have too much attack speed, so this might be struggling for no reason here. So this would be another option to do this. Or you go adaptive. And if you have adaptive, is this right? Yeah. Why does it not open my calc? Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of weird. A 52% DPS buff to go adaptive. That's a lot. And probably a 7% dodge buff. And then we get 3 ranks to Apex, 3 ranks to potent. We lose a bunch of life. Like half of our life. That's quite a lot. Something that I don't mind to make Shroud mandatory. Because Shroud also gives us one here, one here, one here, one here. There's a lot of really insane passives on this class. Here, here, everything. So I think Shroud will remain up A here because this is just too squishy, I think. We also don't have Armored Hide often enough actually. We can't actually do this, as realized. Without Percy's tempo, we do cast Armored Hide every 3 seconds, we can't. We'd have to go Gorilla Main again, and then this is dead. So this is actually not happening. So these are the things I need to try here. And I think that's gonna be pretty good. It's very hard to hit times and crit chance, man. Like no crit buffs on this class. Nothing here gives you crit chance. My best rogue build will be Death Trap. Surprise. Okay, I think I am done with the Dash of Death. So this is what I want to do. I think it's gonna be very powerful. The Hand of Nas Legendary isn't affecting your stats or skills panel. Yeah, that might not be included yet. I'm not sure if we have any information about how much damage they actually deal. Yeah, Death Trap was to be the best rogue build, I think. I mean, they nerfed it by, I don't know, let's say times 10 or times 20. Yeah, I mean, Exile Dark nerf as well. Let's say times 20 nerf. But I mean, it's still enough to just one-shot everything in T4. And we'll still push like 100 or something. So Druid is gonna be so OP. There's a second person that says that, but I don't know why people say that. What's happening with Druid exactly? Chris, by the way. Dot builds or Spiritborn going to be any good? That might depend on how fast you can stack this infinite stricken thing. Which is probably very slow, so I don't expect much. But I should probably take a look at Andario's Spiritborn and see if I can make an updated version. Andario definitely has some potential here. Where is it? There. I already updated Stinger, which is potentially pretty good too. Source, trust me, bro. Druid OP. Okay. Okay, so what is going on here? 2.3k armor. Redirected force is no longer needed. Yeah, we have to like update this stuff. Not an Exile. The Stormclaw buff. Holy man. Logging in. So Push has Jaguar main and Farm has Gorilla main. Ah, wait, yeah. Because undealing hits doesn't work. Which is actually kind of a boon here, I gotta say. Now that I think about it. Okay, so first of all, delete. Let's start to push. So Plains goes on a two-handed. Redirected forces out. Rebounding can stay there. And now what do we gain? Nothing really good, I suppose. There's Creeping Death. But we want boss damage, and Creeping Death ain't that. There's Inner Calm, which could be good. With double dipping and shenanigans. You have to check what double dips. That's the most important as considered. I guess here's to Vehement Brawler, which saves us 2 points. Fist of Fate. Gotta put a 200 instead. Yeah, we don't actually need this, right? I just realized. But we don't need any of this, to be fair. We just have a Giga armor for no reason. Like, we just have armor. So, I don't know. Guess we do this. There's no armor rolls anywhere. We have Forest Power. Mystic Circle, Mystic Circle. Mystic Circle. I want hide active duration. My resistance is on a giga high. But we move this stuff. We go for our typical setup. Season 9. We do this. Now let's try the Tyrant's Bane. Let's just assume it's good. And... well, actually what we need to do is... 45 crowd control and 30 lucky hit. We have 140, so this lucky hit is gonna be a... I think there's a cooldown on Dario anyway these days. So maybe you don't need a lucky hit. So let's just say we're gonna do something else. For example, this. Giga attack speed. And then we do this. And then we do this. Then we do this. This power. This. Need one control. So control will be these, I suppose. So something like that. Forest power kinda needs. I get some barriers. Yeah, Tom Q. Who Quacks. This is actually all looking kinda decent already. You have way too much armor, man. Yeah, so much like it actually. My attack speed is way too high. We do not need crit damage. I promise we do not need anything here. No, that's kinda awkward. I guess we do this and hope it double dips. Helm, gloves. I mean, if you have a shitty Fist of Fate with attack speed, then you can put attack speed there. That looks awkward. I'm not sure if we need like a hit restore resource, yeah. We have Scourge. I don't think I ever really had issues with resources. We have Starless, this thing costs like 17.5. And with 3 attacks we gain like 20. And then every second we gain like 20. Every time we press our buffs. Yeah, okay, we have enough. Let's see the Paragon. This is no longer necessary. And this is no longer necessary. So I think this is a ritual here. We don't have ritual currently. And then we can't do revenge. We can do Menagerist. Can do Headhunter potentially. I wonder if Headhunter double dips. It might. Maybe I'll just do it. It's not much else. Okay, I think that says armor needs to be removed. Crit needs to be removed. Nah. We don't need the attack speeds. It's only one roll there, and then this. Paragon, glove. Yeah, we just get to attack speeds. We don't really do anything for it. There's even more if you want. Actually do not have anything to take. That's wild. Like I literally cannot even. Okay, whatever. So something like that. So we're gonna be capped on cap 1 and cap 2 if this is cap 2. You have the infinite stacking. You have the DR. Tank Alive, Andariel. Now, what about barriers? You have Tum and Q. And this. I think this is not affected though, right? Actually, it does work. Nice. Gives me 91. 1 gem. Okay, 1 amethyst. So I think that's the new Andariels. Roughly. Could actually go for some dodge chance. But I don't think we care. Kind of wild actually, we have only 1 Aurus roll. Here. Not masterworked or anything. We actually have enough. Because right here. Okay. We don't need the armor here. Yeah, if you have any kind of resource issue, we should probably just do it actually. Like here to restore resource. Because we have Quark's rune. We need that. Dude is fucking 58% damage. How much additive does this build have? Crit doesn't work. Nothing. 500, 600, 1200, 1300, 1500. It's actually very low additive. So it's actually not bad. Funny enough, that's actually not a bad roll. Okay. I need to try this. I think it's gonna be good. We have a solvable there. But maybe don't do that. It's a concussive stomp here. And sick, I think. But this doesn't work anymore. Okay, go with this one now. Also forgot this thing has maximum poison res. So we are giga capped on poison. 665% overcapped. Okay. Hello? 1 second, guys. Additive is so low from on the unique pens, so give you like 4% more damage. Wait, how? Which unique pens? You mean the new one? There's no additive here. Yeah, it would be nice to get some more additive. But it's kind of hard. Like, there's no items. And okay, glyphs. That was loud. We could remove Headhunter and try to get some additive. That's probably the move, actually, because it's 10 and 10. Even the 10 double dips. We might be able to get, like, Turf, for example. And Turf with, like, let's say 60 strength is like 200. So that's actually like 12, 13, 14% from the primary, 12.2 from the secondary, and some DR. So this could be better, potentially. Because the additive is so low. Yeah, it is what it is. I guess Turf might just be the only solution. If you have like some big strength somewhere. No, there's nothing with big strength, so that's like 59. So you could do that. It's just a bunch of decks, and we have a lot of decks. So maybe we do Turf instead. Hiding. Protection of the Prime. Ah, that one. Let me see. Damage for 4 seconds after dodging an attack. Yeah, the interesting part about it is that this is actually potentially double dipping as well. I'm not sure if percent damage double dips, but it's like the same as percent damage. So if it does work, then this would be kind of big. Protection of the Prime, dude. That's funny. And you can also just go Tybalt's Will, for example, which is 20. Lots of DR, life, all stats. Maximum resource will help slightly with resources. Protection of the Prime. Yeah, but then we don't have the barrier stuff. After standing still for 2 seconds, you become unstoppable until you move. It's kind of interesting. 800? Wait. 800 for 11 seconds. And the problem is that we never dodge anything, right? Like, we can't dodge. Wait. Do we dodge before block? In which order do we do this? Actually, maybe dodge comes first. If dodge comes first, actually it does, right? Because we don't run counter attack with redirected force builds. Yeah, okay, so actually this works. And 11 seconds is long enough. That's kind of interesting. Has good DR. Yeah, this might actually be legit a good option now. 30% dodge chance while moving. Blech. "11 seconds. That's kind of interesting that the duration goes up. Is that true? I don't even know if that's true. This might be a planner bug. But if that is actually 11 seconds, like even if it doesn't double dip, there's like a 40% damage increase. Or 50 almost. And if it double dips, that's like double damage. Or more. Interesting. And +3 to defensive skills gives us longer armored height, which gives us some points back Probably not actually, because we will have to... Oh, shit, we have to do this basically. Need armored height, active duration instead of mystic circle potency, so we lose a little bit there. Yeah, I need to know if this actually increases the duration. Kind of funny, actually. It's a good suggestion. Hand sanitizer cooking, yes. Dude, I never considered those fucking pants or anything. This is insane. After standing still for 2 seconds, you become unstoppable until you move. I mean, this doesn't matter. The dodge moving thing also doesn't really matter. Problem is just that we lose a lot of defense on this, like, and the barrier. No, we don't really lose damage defense since we have the damage reduction. We have auspicious. I guess we'll probably do like another amethyst or something. We have a lot of decks anyway. It's not too bad. So like this we have 48, 78. It's 80% barrier from Bulwark. Plus maybe sometimes auspicious a little bit. And now I have to put the rest here though. So we lose also some more decks. We lose a lot of decks. Yeah, you have to test all this stuff. If that double dips, that's insane. Hello Keto. Thank you, by the way. When will the patch release? It's 1st of July, and tomorrow on the PTR. Can I remove armor? I don't think I have any armor to remove here. This has life, we don't want to remove that. This has res. Can't really get rid of anything.
I could do Spiritborn.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on Spiritborn this season actually. I think it's gonna be a very fun season for Spiritborn. Like, stuff is actually changing for once. Alright, guys, I need to have a short break.
Very short.
Very short break, apparently. BRB. Okay, duration does not increase if masterworking, just the damage. In that case, let me just make a quick report to Riff here. Wait, what? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's Andariel Spiritborn, by the way. I'm really testing this on PTR as well. Would be nice if Maxwell did a predictions tier list. Like what? Who made the best predictions? Then we rank every streamer. I would actually be in the mood to play some Andariel Spiritborn again. I think it's going to be very fun. Also, it's a single target being improved now. And the new knowledge we have. I think it's going to be a pretty good build, actually. I think it's actually going to be a good build. I'm definitely excited to try it. Who will be first in the predictions tier list? Good question. Maxo team playing prediction bingo. They need to update the life guide actually with the Mystic Circle shenanigans for Quill. And you actually have to put Quill Volley into S tier right now. It has actually ascended to S. This is my kind of build. Sniper and Darius on it and call it a day. Nah, it's not quite that. It is actually... there's definitely some shenanigans you have to deal with. To really, like, you know, pump the damage. Like, the Mystic Circles are important. Quack's Rune is pretty important. Resource management. But resource management is not that bad, especially if you don't run Quacks. Then you just slap the lucky hit, restore, and that's it. But yeah. Yeah, I suggested to the devs to just nerf that single target and maybe the lucky hit on kill volley. So it's not always by far the best thing, basically. Because single target damage matters so much. We can't do this here, actually. Also, we can't do this here. I might actually just do this so it drains us less resources, less health, honestly. I can even do fueled. But do we care about fueled when we have Andariel? We don't. We can do the DR. Okay. Need to get Crushing Hands or Touch of Death or things like that better. Yeah, Touch of Death is actually not nerfed by anything. Like, Patch of Death by default gonna be pretty top tier actually next season. Because it did not get nerfed. But in general, after Quill, there's not much for single target, which is kind of the problem. Patch of Death is pretty good on single target. But then there's like nothing really. So you need to bring down the Quill volley single target especially. Like the shotgunning with the 3 additional feathers and the 10% increased damage, like this is just too much. It just scales way too well, and much too well. And I mean, I'm okay with, you know, Quill maybe being like, you know, the lucky hit thing on the class, you know, just like how Barrage is the lucky hit thing on the Rogue and so on. It's just how it is, right? Like one skill will always be the catalyst for lucky hits. So if it's not Quill, it's gonna be another one. But yeah, Quill also being like the best, like, you know, direct damage build and the best lucky hit catalyst. Like it just comes back to Quill way too often, right? The Vashan build is Quill. The new Balazan build is gonna be Quill. Andariel is Quill. Quill is Quill. Yeah. And also there's like not really much else in terms of variety on like the supporting skills, right? Like it would be interesting if Concussive Stomp was a thing, or, you know, I don't know, counter attack. I mean, in this build you could even run counter attack if you wanted. Like if you want to be like, tanky, you can just run counter attack actually. You can have perma counter attack if you want. Actually kind of interesting. 8 seconds. Okay. Yeah. We need like more utility in some of these skills. We need more, you know, variety in the ults. Like we need to remove the +4 ferocity from Hunter at the very least. And maybe also the extra damage against injured. And then they can do something cool with the other ults. Like I think Hunter should be what it is now for like speed farming. But like, you know, the other ults should maybe be like better for like, you know, bossing, pushing and whatever. Or like some poison synergy with the Devourer or something, right? That could be fun stuff. And then, yeah, like the utility that's built in some of these is just not good enough. Like all of these are supposed to be a kind of carry skills, but they don't really carry. And the utility skills that we have, like Concussive Stomp, are just worthless. Like, we need to remove the damage multiplier on Scourge, I think. And then maybe we're gonna have like a few more options. At least like 1 or 2 slots. But yeah, Ravager is just kind of like so useful, you just always have it. But it could like, you know, rework a few of the upgrades to be like more support oriented. The tier list has live updates from the PTR. Now we don't put out like PTR tier lists. There's no point, I mean, and people gonna see that, and then they're gonna think, you know, a certain build is actually good when, you know, the patch goes live and it's not. I mean, first of all, we don't even know how most builds will land right now, right? We have like a rough idea, but, you know, a lot of stuff changes. We're gonna be cooking like all week long. Like, what exactly are we doing with like a PTR tier list, right? This is gonna be inaccurate as fuck because we don't have data, we don't have mechanics tested, and so on. Is Season 8 shorter or what? Season 8 is shorter, yes. It ends on July 1st. And you don't need to say anything because the day of the season start, you can see it in-game when it ends. Any chance Gorilla also will be useful next season? No chance whatsoever. Is there anything else we need to do on other builds actually? What about the evade? It's probably going to be my starter actually, so I'm probably going to do this. I don't think anything changes on this build at all. It's not even going to get nerfed. Like literally nothing changes. I mean, okay, the season powers will change. Probably we have to probably deal with the lifesteal now. That was actually very comfy. So, if I do this, what can we do to fuel the Jackham shell? We have this, but it doesn't work on bosses. I wonder if the Scourge is enough and fueled. I should actually try this right now. I think I still have the build saved. Maybe. Will be any use of the 666 poison rest on Helm? Well, you're gonna get to 85 maximum poison rest and that's it. You can't convert the poison rest into anything else or something like that. But yeah, I literally just made the Andariel build for Season 9 for Spiritborn. Spiritborn has an Andariel build. Okay, do we have the stuff still? Looks like we do, actually. Okay, good enough for science, I guess. Or we do something like this here. So what do we have there? Bak, Om, Semcha. Wonder if we could actually do something like bug box. Guess I converted too many runes. Dude, 15 unspent, holy. Let's do this without any powers. Okay, we are missing a bunch of reds, which should be like the 2 bigger diamonds. But let's just say this is okay. Let's do like a non-seasonal run. But I think you have to put in Scourge. We have 3 here. Let's do a 60. Okay, fuck. I don't have enough, I don't have enough evade cooldown, actually. Actually, you can try it a bit how this would be. Like a scuffed cooldown setup. It is kind of scuffed. Okay. Yeah, I forgot we have the season power that gives us extra evade cooldown, which I'm not running right now. It's definitely inconvenient as fuck. I don't have enough cooldown. I was gonna try to finish this run and see where we'll end up. I'm gonna play it quite similar to other Spiritborn builds. Blue guys. Like a pretty typical, okay, press all your cooldowns every few seconds kind of deal. Otherwise hold down right click. wonder if you can actually get enough cooldown reduction for this. So I guess if a good Chaco, it's possible. Seems like the healing is okay. The Jacob Shell. Scourge, so I wonder how it is on the boss. At least I'm farming, we are getting enough kills. What if I don't press Scourge? It's just a few ult. Seems okay. Where's the land and how I feel about Stinger? I think Stinger could be very good actually. Because the Noxus Resonance nerf, it seems very harsh on paper, but we actually get a lot of stuff back. And it's not actually that bad. And I'm thinking about changing the setup to some Mystic Circle shenanigans. It might actually become stronger than we currently have. So we'll see, I'll try that out on a PTR. 27 evade cooldown. Okay, let's just do this with the evade cooldown thing. And try this again. Let's just assume we have the cooldown. We can do it, right? Without the neck. That'd be nice if it works. Dude, this movement speed on this thing is like completely pointless. Why did I put movement speed there? Yeah, this should work without any season power actually. How much evade 200 do I have? We don't have the GA basically, so I'm missing that. And then this is kind of fine. Best boots, affix, or evade Spiritborn. Oh, here we have duelists, so we get more burners, but this only makes sense when you have the neck equipped. I fear everything away with Scourge though, it's kinda annoying. So I wonder if I can get away without Scourge while we are just one-shotting stuff. It looks like fueled is enough actually. I don't need the Vashan power. Whenever we run low, we just press Scourge once. Actually, we can press Scourge after the whole pack is dead. So I don't fear anything. But I get the lifesteal. Or do we get a lifesteal only against feared? Also lifesteal work. Hitting an enemy affected by Scourge has a chance to lifesteal. Yeah, okay, the thing is you don't actually... This is a lucky hit. We don't actually lifesteal anything, as realized. So I guess if you do farming, you just ignore this and you just have to like deal with it and you just press potions on the boss. And that's the only thing you can do. Because you don't actually have any like a hit going. There's a bit of healing. But this thing heals very little, right? Use knockdown with fear. What knockdown? I mean, it's vortex or what? I mean, we have barrier generation, barrier generation. We kind of want to keep the barrier generation for auspicious. Because that's basically all our barrier. We don't have any other barrier. It's just auspicious. So we don't want to go vortex. And if you do vortex, you have yet another skill on the bar that we don't want to deal with. And another skill on the bar also drains us more. And so it turns out that we can't actually heal anyway. And then okay, on the boss we don't have to press vortex. Or Scourge. Because we need to CC him, nor do we get anything from Scourge. Nor do we get anything here. But it still drains us from Armored Hide and Devourer. And then potentially counterattack because we want to press it when stuff is going on. Let's do one more. I also had to do something with res here. It already has res. Fuck. This has res. How really how to get 100% crit on us now? Oof. This might be a Gar rune angle. Because the crit. Yeah.
I'll keep my forge hot. Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Okay, let's do this. Do we have like any other form of healing? I mean, this is only a speed farming setup anyway, right? We don't really expect long boss fights, so it's probably fine. So maybe just say it's fine. We just press potion 2 times on the boss fight, and that's about it. And everything else we just heal here and here. Let's see how good the sustenance is. The Devourer hits very slow. But if it still heals us sometimes, if it heals like once a second for 10% or a little bit less, that's kind of okay. Seems like 7%. Let's try one more. Reduce concussive stomp. Oh my god. Yeah, not as sure about that, man. I mean, if anything, you knocked him down with Vortex. Like, that actually works. But, with concussive, like, yeah, like, when you're, like, dancing around like this, there's no way. You don't have time for that anyway, we're supposed to one-shot everything. Like, even Vortex is just too slow. And also casting Scourge is too annoying. Problem are these like damage reduction packs actually. Sometimes we just can't really kill them fast enough and don't get fueled. So you might have to press potion there too. You can't dodge the explosive explosions. I wonder if you can block them. There's so many things I need to test actually about like what you can dodge and stuff. So we ran out of charges. I just pressed potion a few times. It actually is fine. Even when the boss fight lasts like, you know, up to a minute, you can just keep pressing potion and you're good. So this is actually okay. Right here with 15 res. And those gems is 18, that's 33, which is 3 res less than 3 diamonds. Okay, so basically not that much changes here. There's more barrier and thorns. It's actually gonna be huge, this thing for the thorns, Spiritborns. There's more barrier. I wonder if that more barrier also, like it says 30% X. I wonder if that just like works with all barriers, even with those that usually don't benefit from barrier generation. We have to test that. It's also 15 crit, yeah. There's also 20% more elemental damage. That's kind of sick. So we should do this. And then there's chill. I think we want to get rid of suppressors, maybe. Once per enemy every 5 seconds, damage from your catalyst will fortify and heal you. Oh, easy clap. Problem solved. Okay. I'll take that. Okay. Destroy barriers and knock them down. That's kind of sick. You also get lots of barriers on bottled wind. This might be another way to do it. I have to test this. But this is nice. Remove barriers, remove damage resist aura, fortify and heal, remove suppressors. And there's literally nothing left. And you're flying. But I need crit badly. I need a lot of crit. We have crit. Oh my god, dude. So how do I get crit now? It's actually a struggle. How's the uptime on the Ohm? It's kind of alright. So I should do Sem Ohm. No jar. No jar is kind of sad. That's 25 crit. Then we are at 80. I mean, you can just say 6% core stat, it doesn't matter, and 8% life. Or this doesn't matter. Deny. Actually, we can't even do this. So. Shit. 2 or more from power. Power is the size. Blink. Movement. Thorns. Resource. Unstoppable. How much potency do we have? 740, 750. So we remove some potency. That's like a 4% loss. It's not too bad. Okay, now we have 95 crit. And no other source of crit in the game. Great. Wait a minute. That looks weird as fuck. That looks even more weird. Okay. That's a lot of armor. Ah. I think it's so high here, but Shadow. Wait a minute, why don't we do this? How did I manage to get that much gold in hardcore? Yeah, the vendor uniques, a lot of them. It's very difficult to do this. Okay, let's see. Get a PS. We can get up to 30% extra crit. But it's like not really consistent because it has to ramp first. So we could maybe get away with something like 85% crit chance. And then do this. At which point we would get slightly more dex, slightly more dex, a bit more dex, some Stormfeather potency. I think let's go with the Jaguar. We also get the ferocity this way. We don't have actually any ferocity generation otherwise. So we would have to get that somehow. Which is basically just Hunter. So yeah, I'll do this. I think I might start Evade Spiritborn next season. Like just the fact that you go for the Sunbirds, you don't care about the roll of the proc. You just try to get any GA that's not movement speed, and you're chilling. Like that, that alone is already so nice. You could just have a Zontek and start blasting. Too much armor, by the way. Way too much. Actually, if you have this, that's actually nice. If you have this Shaco, you can get your armored height low enough to be perma-annealing without an accuracy aspect. You actually get an aspect if you do this. That's wild. Dude, why couldn't they just like update fucking Masterworking this season? That would have been so nice. Okay. Wait, how much damage increase is this? We can also heal from Mortal Strikes, actually. So Right? Right. So this is a 57% damage increase. And Vital Strikes is an average of, well, not 40 actually. A bit less than that. Yeah, also just have 30 DR. We're gonna usually have 30 DR from Gorilla, which is nice. Okay, Adaptive wins. Like Vital Strikes is probably something like a 35% increase or so. When you apply Vuln, consume Vuln, apply Vuln. Or huh. It's always the same numbers. It actually works. Oh my god. So you consume the vulnerable. You get the damage. You get the damage on the vulnerable. You consume the vulnerable and you apply the vulnerable. It's actually done in the right order so that you always have it. Because you have 100% chance to apply vuln. Can I remove this fucking rune? How the hell am I missing cooldown right now? What the fuck? What? Okay, I just realized, like, I was wondering, why is my damage getting higher sometimes? It's a fucking jar rune. Yeah, it makes me unstoppable. Ah, wait, they added the unstoppable to the jar rune. Because it didn't use, it used to not give you unstoppable. And that unstoppable gives me this. Okay. And it still goes higher, I'm not sure why. Or is it just a drive? It's drive, okay. Yeah, that kind of checks out. me just do this. And then the Dragon Shell can drain whatever it wants. Also, I realized that our letter stances probably falls off sometimes now. Look. Cost stats increased. If you don't cast anything else, it actually just falls off because it only has a 7 seconds timer. So we'd have to cast something else in between sometimes, like a Thunder Spike. So this is actually just the better thing. We don't have to cast anything. Yeah, that's interesting. Ugh. Yeah, not dodge. This is 4, this is 6. 4, 8 for 7 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, every time we do the teleport, we lose our 100% dodge for like half a second. Actually, no. For some reason it dropped somewhere, maybe because I was just wasn't evading. Still have 86. Okay. Dude, fuck it. Dodge chance. We need damage. I have another question. Thank you, not Batman. Okay, Xan does not work. Nice try though. Yo, the setup is actually smooth as fuck, man. I love it. 100% dodge permanently. Giga heal. Hold down armored hide, automatically activate, unyielding hits every 3 seconds. Just fly. Yeah, this is nice. Okay. We claim 95, that was the case. I mean, you can overpower fucking thorns with Sun, but not the feathers. It's kind of funny, actually, right? I feel like the thorns is probably a bug, if you ask me. But it is what it is. So I don't need this. I don't need the Scourge shenanigans. Jo, fangt dere der, thank you. We don't actually have mobility skills. I mean, if 100% dodge, we don't need block damage reduction. I know where to put these points now. They're like all worthless. I literally have nothing to put them. That looks pretty. 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 3. Let's try this. Why do you want teleport for this build? Because in Season 6 they nerfed the evade animation speed and the build became slower. But we want this to be the fastest build in the game, so we go teleport. Okay, now there is a potential problem, which is Fell Soothsayer. I'm not sure if Fell Soothsayer works now with Vital Strikes. If it doesn't, then we might not be able to do this. Regulated Walls is completely pointless because you have 100% block now, 100% dodge. Yeah, I know we don't have any auspicious ranks. This means we don't get enough barrier. Oh my god. I wonder if Sky Power works for the automated Thunder Spikes. We just carry the Mystic Circles around. Also, what about Hectic? Oh, Cartal Miliba. Thank you. Season 8 ends on the 1st of July. I think Kalsusa still works. I'd have to like analyze a bit in slow motion. It feels like it works. Sky Power works, the circle always voice, but its damage is pretty useless. Yeah, of course, Sky Power would be only combined with Plains Power. So we go... I mean, we don't have Hunter though, so we don't have like a lot of Ferocity stacks, and we don't really have like, you know, Mystic Circle potency, because you have to go Feather potency, but it could be like a nice damage buff. I mean, even like this, we have 9 Ferocity stacks. 10 actually. This will be 50. Doesn't really feel worth it. I also had to make sure we cast counter attack at some point inside the circle. I just feel like I have nothing to put here. The only thing we could do is Scourge. So I can put Scourge on the bar. Put the points there and get the damage. Or even just 2 points. 1, 2. Like this. I don't need to spam it, you just need to cast your counterattack once every 10 seconds whenever a new circle spawns. But you have to pay attention to that, and I don't want to pay attention to that. And then it's not even like a massive upgrade, right? We lose 2 aspects. Potentially struggle even like spawning them, because it's a lucky hit based proc. We don't really have lucky hits. So... Huh. Okay, problem solved, I think. Do I have Colossal? Wait, I'm not sure if I run it actually. Maybe you should now. Fitness, Talon, Hone, Canny, Shark Plume. We actually don't. We have 13 resolve stacks. Okay, we need this. This is very good. This is not in fact good. This is the wrong glyph. Should be spirit. Okay. This is 10, 10, and like 12 or something. And this is nothing, 26, and nothing to 12. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, if Stormfire had any luck here, this would be very nice, but it doesn't. Can just go Might, honestly. Might should work, right? Rose and Orb Hider will be the good next season. I'm not sure why you want to combine those two. I don't really see a synergy. They both have a unique amulet too. It's weird, I made an aspect to lower evade, but the one build that would use it can't. You can actually play this build with, what is it called? Acceleration. This is actually the very first version I ever made of evade. It was based on acceleration aspect. It's not that hard to proc it, because you have a lot of proc rate of high ferocity stacks. And just the random thunder spikes that you do and the random scourge and so on actually kind of does the trick. But it's like a little bit inconvenient. Yo, Palas. Hope you like the emote. Thanks for the tier 3, dude. Yo, this actually works. We just put Might. Fuck it. Okay, this is like getting very min-max now, I think. And we don't do the Scourge shenanigans again. Let's remove this again. Fuck that. Oh, we already removed it. How's CB looking? I'd say okay. But I'm not cooking TB right now. Eva is working on that. And I know they've been discussing a lot of stuff for it. Is there anything else I wanted to test now? No, I think that's it. I think this is the evade build. I really like this setup. You get a dog now. You deal turns in more elemental damage and take 10% more. Okay, one thing I need to test is still the Fell Soothsayer though, or check at least. So I need to see if you can notice that. It's very hard, but if you do slow motion, you might be able to tell. So 0.12. Oh boy. Does that work? Nice. It looks like it works. But I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's the range of Fell Soothsayer. Like, I want to clearly see a target die that I'm not hitting in that moment. But so far I haven't. I'm not sure what's the range of Fell Soothsayer. So it's on a low difficulty. Thanks to May for the sub. What's the CDR goal? You want around like 60% for evade. A bit less. Let's go on T1. This should be easy to see. Yeah, Band of First Breath is actually what DZ put into the evade guide, but I didn't really think it's that great because we need alacrity, first of all. So we only have one slot to put alacrity, which is the ring then. And then you pick up Fell Soothsayer. Yeah, I pick up Fell Soothsayer, so you can do that. It has a lot of crit, so that would solve a bit of the crit issue. But then, okay, defensive cooldown reduction is kind of important, but solvable with a better Harlequin. But the thing is that ultimately you want to have this kind of Harlequin, and if you do that, then you don't need alacrity anymore. But you still need a tempo for the defensive cooldown. But you can get Conceited or something. Conceited is not much worse. So... So right now I don't have Vital Strike, so I'm not removing the Womb. I think if I one-shot them, it just doesn't work. So I have to test on a difficulty where I don't one-shot them. Let's go to 1-3. Maybe this is fine. I think Chronix is taking the evade guide now. DZ is no longer riding for max roll, he's doing IRL stuff. He had the evade guide, Chronix is taking over. But I'm still doing some cooking because I'm going to be playing this anyway. So I'll probably discuss this with Chronix at least. I mean, DZ already put basically this version, I made this version in this season. And he put that in the guide as a speed farming variant. And just like trying to min-max it a bit more. With the recent buffs. Maybe it's not gonna do the spell Soothsayer shenanigans at all. I'm just gonna put Conceited and be done with it. Because even here, I don't really feel much from spell Soothsayer. Try this. Is it a gold goblin? Okay, good enough. Let's see. The fuck? Okay. Do we have like a go frame by frame? Isn't like a thing here? I thought it's a thing. How do we do this? Yeah. Next frame E. Where's previous frame? Okay. So here clearly was only one hit and this guy died one shot and nothing happened with Fel Soothsayer. So I think that kind of confirms this. Same here. So if you one shot them, they're not vulnerable. Okay. There's also with Vital Strikes, that's all about. Okay, same story. If you one shot them, you don't get Fel Soothsayer. Here's one feather. And I see two numbers on the same guy, which is a bit sus. Dude, why is it always so fucked when you go slow on this media player? So here, this was a Fel Soothsayer, I think. That seems to be too far. He didn't hit this guy or this guy. This guy hit no one. Not in this. I think Fel Soothsayer is actually just ass. I think that's actually what's going on. So here I have 3.7 million. And here's a 1.8, so I think this is the Fel Soothsayer. Although this might have just been the feather itself. What? Somehow I went back like a minute. Even though I didn't press anything but left click. Left arrow. Look, this guy was clearly vulnerable, died, and Fel Soothsayer did nothing. I think Fel Soothsayer just has a weird delay, look. Because now this guy dies and the feathers haven't hit him yet. The feathers haven't even hit this guy yet. Now the feather hits this guy. And this guy died from Fel Soothsayer, but like, 5 frames after the first guy. So this guy probably dies now as well, but you don't see him. Okay, so Fel Soothsayer has like a pretty small range and a delay. Very cool. Okay, so when do I put in Vital Strikes? It's only 1 minute left. Okay, here we go. So this guy might be out of range on those two. So I can't really tell. Okay. No fucking bugs. Did this just fucking crash? It crashed. Going frame by frame is too much for this program. So if it works, we should see it here. And this guy did not get hit by Fell Soothsayer. Interestingly, he's like flinching because of my Warcry. The Warcry makes him flinch. Yeah, so Fell Soothsayer gets deactivated by Vital Strikes, it looks like. Unless this guy was actually out of range. I'm not sure what's the range exactly. Maybe this was too far. What the hell did I hit there? That's popped the gold. There was no goblin. It just popped gold. I guess just some random gold pop. Why does it go so far back? The fuck? This program is like really bugging out. Oh my god, it's fucking lags again on the same moment. Stop. Okay, this guy died and this guy died, and this guy was right in the middle. And did not get hit by anything, so Fell Suicide just does not work with Vital Strikes. I think that pretty much confirms it. There's no other target here. Unless... No, the Feather already killed the Shaman on the top right, so this was the only guy left alive. Yeah, he died from this Feather. This guy just did not get hit. Okay. So Fell Suicide does not work. We need a Vital Strikes. But that's okay, I think.
I can take common Father bless. What do you need?
And else hype for season 35. Yeah, I'm gonna play it. It's gonna be fun.
What do you need?
Probably gonna do like the age, rush to 150. Navigator aspect looks like I never will. Yeah, back in season 6 there was like a Omega double dip fiesta where people were one-shotting the pit 150 bosses by killing an ad. And then everything double dipped into a fell soothsayer. I'm not sure how much of the double dipping they have fixed on it. But this build doesn't really have a lot of like double dip potential anyway. So yeah, I'm missing a bit of cold and shadow. That's fine. So the rank here we should have 100% crit. So I'll just put that in now. And with the rank gear would also have the evade. So I'll do that. We're still like too low on armor anyway, so this is gonna be roughly eternal power now with those two effects. With a decent setup. And I forgot my mercenary actually. Yeah, I'm planning to go on Demon Hunter most likely for season 45. Maybe I'll make a second class too, but I don't want to do another Necro start. Just I've done so many Necro starts, and Demon Hunter looks like it has world first 150 potential, so or at least close to it. And the Spirit Pillars consider attacks for the Fawn's Pants. Very doubtful. I think the tooltip wording is just kind of off on the pants. But one thing that I think will work is a rake. And the rake aspect that gives you a second hit, because that works with the Gorilla Hall as well. I think it's gonna work similar to the Gorilla Hall. Gorilla Hall says casting a Gorilla skill. And the pants say each attack or something like that. An attack usually implies all hits that you do, but that would be instantly giga broken. And Varshan Spiritborn levels off and laggy. So I don't think this is how it's gonna be. I think this is gonna mean once per skill cast, but with Rake you get 2 for the price of 1. That works with the Gorilla Hall, that works with pretty much anything. Because the Rake aspect is special, it just gives you a second cast. And that could be interesting. So I might try that as well. Rake might actually suddenly become a really good build with those pants. There used to be like pre-launch, there used to be like some theory crafting around Gorilla Hall, Fawns, and Rake. And we had like a Rake Fawns build for a little while, but then we just made it a Capelec build like the others. But with the pants, this might actually become a thing now, because the pants are just way more powerful than the Gorilla Hall thing has ever been, basically. So that might be just enough to make Rake into a Fawns poison build now. Suddenly a bird sound. I have the window open. I'm dying here. So there's the numbers on, so I don't really see the monsters dying that easily. Yeah, I think this is like very compy now. It's gonna be like on good drifts it's gonna be like 60-second runs, pretty chill. On T4 plus. It's gonna be insane for the night management stuff as well. Yep. What is the snapshot on Kalagas and Druid? The provocation passive. That's the sort of unrelenting aspect the Gorilla fawns it. Unrelenting is the crushing hands one, right? No, it only works at a rake. A rake manifests a spirit jargon which also casts a rake. So this is like very specific like mechanic here. It's a second cast as if you did another cast. This is like very special for rake. It also gives you, for example, double the Prodigy's tempo procs. Like if you do 2 casts, you get a Prodigy's tempo procs. If you do 3 casts, you get a second one. And so on. Like you can, for example, go Prodigy's tempo and get giga cooldown. Like in like 1 second you reset everything with rake. And so on. So it has like some special mechanics like that. But the interesting part is that rake already has built-in cooldown. Here. Reduce your longest active cooldown by 1 second. So if you attack like, let's say, 3-4 times per second, you get 1 second each time because you get 2 hits. Plus the wildfire glyph also has cooldown built in. But it's a lucky hit. Damaging enemies with direct fire damage has a 30% chance to reduce 1 effective cooldowns. So what's the like in that thing? 30% of that. That's pretty bad. That's really bad actually. So you probably don't want to do that. But if you could maybe try to get away without Prodigy's tempo, because it doesn't really do anything. We don't even have Kapaleke for the extra skill ranks. So you could also do adaptive. You could even do noxious. Honestly, this might be a noxious resonance build. Probably adaptive though. It's 30% attack speed and like a 55% from the core stats. It's pretty good. Next season is a firepower with like a hit chance. Yeah, I think it's best to just completely ignore the season powers for now. I don't really have any expectations. Besides, oh, they can disable damage resist aura or something, sure. But all the other stuff, I think they're gonna be terrible, so we'll see. How much the tempo nerfs will hurt this build? Tempo nerfs are not that crazy. They like slightly lower the additive values a little bit across the board, but you know, this is not gonna affect builds really by more than like 5% or something. Unless they have like, you know, some kind of like stacking mechanism that no really wants them to stack a certain thing for a multiplier. But all of those have been capped now anyway. There's like not much left that is uncapped. Stormfeather potency wasn't even changed, was it? I think that's unchanged. Yeah, this is unchanged. Like this build I just played is gonna be noticeably stronger next season. Like a bit more core stats, 20% elemental damage, a lot of defense that we don't really care about, to be fair. And then Heal, Fortify, Barrier, Knockdown, Damage Resist. We're gonna remove the damage. Dude, you're gonna do like 60-second runs, like non-stop on like tier 60. Like tier 60, 60-second runs, average is doable for sure with this, I think. This is gonna like fly through the 9 dimensions as well. Wish they would buff Stoneburst or Druid. Yeah, I mean Stoneburst is actually doing okay, I think. It's like in the 90s right now. I mean, it gets nerfed from the overpower stuff. But, it's still gonna be around. Okay, I didn't really do anything with these other setups here. So you have to like cook that a little bit at some point. There are many builds that are not meta this season, but are better than meta builds to feed other builds. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about like an endgame geared evade Spiritborn when it comes to Paragon farm, this is probably like the second best build in the game or something after Lightning Spear. So there's not much that goes at this speed. Even though you go low tiers, it doesn't really matter. Thanks, Sanky. Couldn't thank SVR for that, actually. You're going to miss your Death Tab Rouge. Well, then I have good news for you. Death Tab Rouge seems like the best rogue build again. Sorry, Rouge build. Okay, I think my job is done here with Evade for now. One thing I should be working on is Crushing Hand and see what happens there, actually. Konig's job is done. Maybe. Well, I expect Konix to also test some other stuff. They also need to like maybe check out the progression again of Evade, and you know, we'll see what we do about the neck as well. Like for example, like all these other setups here that DZ made, they're all like, you know, sunbirds based, and you pick up the feathers, and then you have the storm, which is like a more powerful version. Like this here is like a very weak version, but it's very fast. You know, that's like the most comfy, fastest version you can do. But this here, you know, there's Hunter, you cast Rock Splitter to get annealing hits, you pick up the feathers for the Firestorm, and so on. So this is like, you know, way more powerful. This should probably also run just Tenacity. It has maximum resolve stacks already. It can do Tenacity, Colossal Glyph. You can probably get like a 40% multi just in a Colossal Glyph or some shit. Kinda nice. Especially if you go for like the Firestorm anyway, you're gonna be in close range a lot. It's a typical case of something that's so powerful, even after nerf, it's still going to be on top. Yeah. DZ didn't get much time to actually test stuff in Season 8. Yeah, I mean, he usually did like a really good job on his guides anyway. And they were also like very creative. So I never really had an issue. But he just doesn't have time now for the game that much, so Gronix has to take over this and probably do like a full retest on a bunch of stuff on Evade. I think that is definitely a prime candidate here. I need to make sure that it's like, you know, min-maxed at every step. But I'll leave that for later. This is PTR stuff. So where are we at here? This is Crushing Hand. Let's see what we can do. First of all, I don't think we actually care about the defensive jewel. Like, this is fucking Crushing Hand. You can't die on Crushing Hand. So... Now the sad part is you can't also use the... there isn't more elemental damage, because this is not elemental. Well, okay, this could mean anything. This could mean Fire, Cold, Lightning. This could mean Fire, Cold, Lightning, Poison, Shadow. Or this could mean Fire, Cold, Lightning, Poison, Shadow, and Fizz. So who knows, I guess. I really need to check out this more barrier thing. Don't need that. So we can take the attack speed and hope it's cap 2. And there's Midnight Sun, which is fine. But we have to put a thing here. Yeah, the thing is, I don't really... don't really have any use for any of this other stuff. Like, everything is trash. I mean, maybe the barrier, but that is probably irrelevant. Poxan, Neojar. I don't know, dude. I mean, we just take the damage reduction anyway, I guess. It's pretty OP. Like, the damage reduction jewel is like plus 50% toughness or something. It is a lot. There's the R, chill. And the thing is, you might go for the chill jewel. And then we can do the daze one. I guess he's going to do the size. Size matters. I'm not sure I'm gonna go use Blessing still, actually. I mean, it's still 44 auras. But it could do Tenacity here. And then Duelist here, and I think that's actually the play. I think that's what we do. And this is 5 stacks of Resolve, which is for the Glyph and for the Crushing Hand itself. So delete that. Movement. Press. Uh-oh. Thanks for the good news. Add this up. More. Okay, so this. Let's do that. Oh my god. Movement. Okay, we have this. The aspect of tenacity does not increase the multiplier for the ramp and crushing hands. Did you also check that outside of town last semester? Because it's likely just not showing in town. Basic damage is nerfed now. So do we change this to like anything else? You could do Mystic Circle Potency and go Mystic Circles. But then we have to remove this. And this, I guess. Thanks, Pain Lyrics. Will Bola still be strong in Season 9? I mean, it's gonna get hit by the overpower nerfs. And there's not really anything for Druids other than that, so you're gonna feel the nerf, but I mean, it was pretty strong right now. For Druid standards, it's gonna be pretty solid, I think. And very fast farmer. I wonder if instead of the centipede stuff, I'm gonna go for brilliance. I mean, this is 6% per point. This is 2.5, maybe 3% per point or so. And then this is only against crowd controls, and then we could even do acceleration, but you have to like evade. Let me check this in game real quick. Pretty sure if you have 0 ranks in counterattack and the Midnight Sun equipped, it should work to give you 10 dodge. Tenacity does not work with Ramp and Crushing Hands. Damn, that actually sucks. I kind of want that.
Too bad, friend. Hello, shining beauty.
The other thing. And damage doesn't seem to go up. At least on a tooltip. Okay, I can't get rid of my resolve actually. It just stays. Okay. No Fortuna, thanks for Prime. You want the damn Centipede old build. I mean, you can't just buff Centipede old and hope it's a good build, you know. Have you tried going to a Torment 1 and letting the Centipede kill something? It's very boring. So there's a lot of cooking they need to do. Yeah, it's cool, and I wanted to make a Devourer build. But that needs like at least a new unique and probably an aspect too. And then maybe. Okay, 83. 81. Isn't that barrier going up and down so much? Ah. That's on the crushing hand itself. That's why the first hit is low. But it's like much lower than it should be, I feel. Like the first hit is like 26 and then 81. What? Like triple. $95. Seems clearly higher. 96. It's 18% higher. This build does not run Colossal Glyph. This has no stats on it. That would help me. The damage is clearly higher, I would say, if you ask me. We have 13 stacks times 3. It does work. That's exactly the number. Okay. Debate it. Still's up to 10 stacks. About this. Also, I added into bug report fucking conversions because people keep asking me, wait, is conversions working? Let me do that real quick. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Alright. Log out. Another thing about the durability vote up. Wait, let me see. What is that retrovisor? Wolf, Druid, proccing Lightning Storm with a key passive Nature's Fury to proc poison. Terrible idea. I mean, Polarize is already one of the weakest Druid builds out there, and the new item for it looks like a downgrade. So, you're not really in a position to go for memes like Nature's Fury. Just play good old, like Bastion Rampage or Usign and just blast. I think that's the way. Go Grizzly Rage probably. Yeah, I wouldn't have any hopes for that. Druids are meme again. Yeah, Druids are definitely looking like the weakest class overall. Because almost everything was overpower based. And everything gets nerfed with the overpower stuff. They will have like a bunch of decent builds, but yeah, it's definitely gonna be more of a struggle now on Druid. I don't think they will have like a build where they can just walk in and, you know, one tap T4 Belial or something. Why did it Druids dirty? I think they don't understand that whatever weapon they made for Polarize is just awful, the way it looks. And they thought they made something good, maybe. What will be the best build in Season 9? The Lightning Sorc of Season 9? Probably Lightning Sorc. But outside of that, I mean, Death Trap, Earthquake, bunch of stuff on Spiritborn has some potential. Hydra is gonna be pretty good, I guess. I mean, you have the typical like Necro builds as well, but I mean, Necro is just not like such a blaster class, right? Like Sorc is. T4 Belial should actually give good loot. I mean, the loot is not a problem on T4 Belial. T4 Belial has insanely good loot. That's not the problem at all. But yeah. Have I made a build around the Hand of Naz? Not yet. But I don't know enough about minions, I think. Yeah, problem with Necro is like you always have to deal with like, you know, these clunky mechanics like Flesh Eater board, Blood begets Blood board, and you know, Corpse Tendrils takes like 2 seconds or 3 seconds to go off. Like all this stuff. You always have to press like 3 different buttons in order to like actually start doing anything. That's really the problem on Necro, I feel. Like there's nothing where you can just like, you know, you teleport around and just one-shot shit on like a blaster build. Maybe something like Blood Surge, but even Blood Surge, you know, being an overpower build, like it's like so reliant on the overpower, so you have to do like 5 casts, boom, 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 and then you get the overpower. Yeah. Like I'm gonna play good old, like, you know, Season 2 Blood Surge, man, where I go around in Helltide and just one-shot fucking screens, you know? That's what I'm gonna play on Necro. Devtor is going to match Hydra's power. Well, that's rather the question, does Hydra match Death Trap's power? So, we'll see. What was different about Season 2 Blood Surge? Well, that was in the good old days, right? When we had way less power creep. And, you know, stuff like all power wasn't mandatory for everything to do anything. This is literally what I think of Necro. What is that? Hero Forge. Minis. Okay. Yeah, actually, let's make a rake build. Let's cook the rake build first before I do the crushing hand stuff. The rake stuff will be interesting. Oh, do I have an old planner? Wait a minute. You might have an old planner. A very old one. He's a Season 6 rake and he's another Season 6 rake. Is that one? No, actually. Loyalty. It's not this. And it's not this. Hmm. I have some funny planners, man. Okay. Okay, I guess we make it from scratch. Let's go. Actually, before I do everything from scratch, we can probably just take our Banazan setup here and do that. Alright. Make bonds. Let's do this. That should be easier. So we get this. Do we keep Horace's tempo? You're gonna have a Giga cooldown. So what is the other option? Adaptive stances or Noxious? Noxious burst 180 instantly. Each time you've retaliated with thorns of 5 seconds, poison damage increased by 100 up to 300. Yeah, for this we have to not run Armored Hide. And the thing is, we don't have to. But, man. Okay, what? This is actually really scuffed because you need to basically drop counterattack, let them hit you 3 times, and then press counterattack. And repeat, basically. So you always have to like watch out for them to hit you. And then when they hit you, you also have to not randomly dodge. It's very scuffed. So I'll try this, but it sounds very scuffed. So let's just not do that for now. Rake extra hit. I think if you want to have any chance here, you want to get Ravager in. But can we get Ravager in? Also, I realized I'm not running Toxic Skin right now. What is Rake doing here? Do we need Rake? Sorry, Rushing Claw? No, this is Rake. Okay, never mind. I thought this was Rushing Claw. They look almost the same. So we get 100% block. 400 thorns. We have a lot of thorns. So maybe just don't do Armored Hide. I mean, honestly, I think it's going to be a very similar setup to the one I made with Quill anyway. We don't need Gorilla main hall, I guess. 100% thorns. Barrier. Here's 300% thorns. So I wonder if we should go Scourge instead of Armored Hide. We just need to get unstoppable somehow, but we can do that. Here. We don't have any resolve now with our Colossal. There's Colossal, we have to drop Colossal. We dropped the 20 DR. We're gonna be very squish. 13k life. That's a lot of damage. And the resource. Maybe we're not gonna be that squish. We also have 3 diminishment. Maybe this is fine. Let's do this. Oof. Now it's getting painful. I don't actually have any way to put those points. Like, I can't. Game is slow for us up. Yeah, I kinda want this. Okay, Paragon. Can we do we have any replacement for this? There's Bane. Kenny. But Kenny doesn't work for the Thorns. There's Headhunter, which would be a replacement, I guess. But it's 12.2 and 16. This is 10 and 10. And then a bit of stats. We don't proc Gorilla from this. Doesn't work, doesn't work. Yeah, it's basically just Headhunter. The only other option. So he could do it and go Scourge and see if you survive. How much do we lose? It's 20%. And then it's 41% toughness increase. Or 50% damage. And then resources. I tried ChatGPT. I sometimes tried a few things with like chatbots, but not very much. Funny. Can get extra resources there. Okay, first and more barrier, fortify, and thorns. You definitely have to go for that. I just have like infinite resource, right? 20% per second. This will just kind of solve resources by itself. No matter what. Which shouldn't really be a problem. But I need a little bit. No, offered. Thank you. Getting beyond is a nightmare. Yeah, it's kind of grand. Okay, man, you go down. Alright. So I think there's actually not that much of a difference between this build and the other one I made for the quill volley version. It just depends on the mechanics of this item. And then how we can scale it higher. So the other version was quill volley, with the idea that we proc Jaguar Hole a lot. And here we have Rake with the idea that we trigger this thing twice as often. We also trigger Policies twice as often, but that's not that relevant. But we have fewer Jaguar Hall procs. So they're otherwise like relatively the same setup actually. Also Rake would basically cost nothing, so I think resources is not a problem here. I should change this. Damage when a catalyst has a 50% chance to deal 250 of your phones. How about that? I'm not sure if that's really gonna do much, but we'll see. With fortify and heal you. Okay. Do you have like any resistances here? Okay, I should go back to the quill version of this and also put the gems and stuff. Balasan. Myriad Stone.
I'm hungry.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to order some burger?
Mm-hmm.
One or two? Two.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Thank you.
Give me that too.
Yes. Okay.
I just made it. Let me know what you think.
Okay. The season completely cooked. You had no issues playing Necro last season on hardcore, and now you've died 3 times on normal. Maybe you're cooked. Okay, let me try this.
Try it one.
He made a burger for us, guys.
Oh shit, I forgot to put cheese. Want some cheese?
Fine.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Give it to me.
Mm-mm.
Don't you want some melted cheese in between?
Mm. Okay.
Goodbye.
Hello, Daniel. We have the knockdown when player casts Scourge. Let's do this. Let's do this. Sorry, Chabo, Jesus. I don't know what to say. I mean, I know why they're dying in normal. Nothing has really changed in like the leveling process or early game. Like they nerfed like endgame and like mostly our damage and stuff. They didn't really do much else. So maybe you die to the bosses in the incursions or so because you don't know them. I can see that. Outside of that, like nothing was really changed. Okay, I have to fix the toxic skin stuff here before I forget this. Put toxic skin on the bar. This has 14k life, so maybe this is fine. It's otherwise like basically the same stuff. Rake. I didn't change the Paragon, right? I did put Headhunter instead of Colossal, so let's do the same thing here.
I forgot your fork.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we fixed it. We also have to restore resource here, which we may not even need. So we could get a dex roll if we don't like this. Okay, this lucky hit damage on a colorless has a 50% chance to 250 font, so it's roughly 1 proc. I mean, how often do they hit? I don't know. Maybe they proc a lot of lucky hits. So that could be useful. Otherwise, if they contribute less than 5% of my damage, I'm gonna change this to the resource gen. Put dex there. I guess that works. Yeah, so it's in the end basically the same setup. Just this one is Quill, the other one is Rake. And I guess we'll see what happens. No resolve. No armored hide. Monk ass, dude. Maybe it's fine.
You have a knife?
No.
You didn't expect that.
No. Thank you. I'm gonna wait a few minutes. Gonna wait a few minutes. Spoken like a true Barb enjoyer. Well, I'll see you around. Some people take the roleplay a bit too far, I guess. I think I'll have to like change a bunch of these like seasonal powers, and I don't know. We'll see how it feels playing around these. I just put like some random stuff in some cases, like, okay, days, some chill, like, I don't know. Do I want that? Who knows? It's gonna be good for stagger, which means we can kill the bosses a bit faster. This build is gonna have like a lot of stagger basically, which is nice. PTR is 23 hours from now? It should be. Yeah, we have to finish the Crushing Hand planner actually. I need to check if we're still gonna go overpowers. I mean, we can proc overpowers really fast. It's probably worth keeping this. The funny part is, I actually did not receive $2,500. So it's technically incorrect that I destroyed my reputation for $2,500, even if I did that, because I didn't receive it. Okay, so Paragon he made here. What happened? I was the second in the world to kill Uber Abaroth on hardcore. And thought I won $2,500. But then I didn't get it. It was unfortunate. Okay, let's do some calcs here. Does this include all my life? No. I think it doesn't include... resilient. Where's resilient? Here. Yeah. So it's like typical life pot. Okay, so 1000 life equals 100% additive. So I'm gonna get 2k additive for overpowering. I don't have any other overpower synergies on this class, despite the baseline 50% multi. How fast do we attack? I'm sure we still have crushing hand stuff lying around. But I think he might be above 3 attacks per second, which means with a Xan proc, we're gonna get 2 attacks that have overpower in 1 proc. So if you assume that, you proc it every 3 attacks with a cooldown of 1 second. So he should get all powers roughly 2 out of 4 attacks, maybe, if you attack 4 times per second. If you attack 3 times per second, we're gonna get 1 out of 3. So 1 is buffed by a bit more than double damage, I guess. Yeah, so I think Poxan is probably still the way to go. It's just not that strong anymore. But even under the worst case scenario, it looks like it's fine. The Blizzard nerf everything, so it could make GA items more common. I think it's gonna be much appreciated actually, like the higher drop rates. I'm not sure how much higher they are, but if you actually get like 2, 3, 4 GA items more regularly in Tome 4, that will be pretty fun, I think. And it's also gonna bring back some of the lost power. The division is that in order to get to T2, you need to 1 GA everywhere. For T3, you need 2 GA everywhere. And T4, you need 3 GA everywhere. Yeah, I mean, 1 extra GA everywhere is not nearly anywhere close to the difference in, you know, difficulty, right? Between the tournament levels. Like, each torment level is roughly 22 times harder than the previous. And extra GA on all of your gear is like, maybe you're 10% stronger. Maybe 20. Or something like that. Torment 5 incoming with 5 GAs on a gear. Even the Tempest will be GA. Yeah, the calculations, this is very recent. Riff has been working on a lot of stuff. Your next attack will cause your hits to be guaranteed critical strike and overpower for 0.35 seconds. So I wonder when exactly this triggers. Does it like trigger on the attack? I actually need to test this. I never checked this, to be honest. So I assume that the attack that triggers Xan will already be overpowered, right? Any poison, thorn, Spiritborn cooked. Yeah, I made several versions for the new pants. Made a quill version, a rake version, and also I made a rock splitter with the pants included. There's a lot of stuff actually.
I hope the inn has something to warm me up.
Seems like it's very easy to get at least 2 hits that are all powered. Because the first hit on impact seems to trigger it, and then I have 0.35 seconds to do a second one. So this is actually very chill. So it seems per second we should get 2 overpowered hits and probably 2 non-overpowered. So we definitely go for this again. Are you changing anything else? Yeah, what about the horse? This is minus 16% damage. Some slow. Poison we don't care about. This is 6% per point, so it's 24. How about we do this? This. This. I'm not sure if we do care about this. But I could do an evade. Evade in, get a... It's gonna be a 3-second buff, right? Wait, it says 2 seconds. It's actually 2 seconds. bamboozled. Okay. I guess let's do this. Pre-nerfed classic. I think he just forgot to change the number. Yeah, I mean 2 seconds is kind of awful. Like by the time my evade is done, it's already like 1/3 over. Look at this. Yeah. If it was 3 seconds, you could think about it like, you know, bam, 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 bam. Actually, you could actually just make this part of the combo. Like, you know, you get all your things, and then, you know, reset everything with Prodigies, evade away, Hunter in, press all the buttons, and then evade away, Hunter in. With 3 seconds, this could actually be like how you play it, for like, you know, boss killing and stuff. PTR at 12 AM. Somewhere in the world. I feel like the second spirit hole I do is kind of just scuffed. I would take this, yeah. We also need the points for it. We don't even have the points. So let's get a 24 here, and that's it. And we only have the option between Centipede and Eagle anyway. Jaguar is going to be included. I'm doing the primary Jag now. Hoping that the Spirit Hole will actually do something. How much does the secondary hole do? It's like 5% attack speed and 1 rank in Furnace, which is 2% crit damage. That's not very much. I think primary should help us more. Uh, oh. First of all, you don't need that. This is 25, 40, 55. This is 42 overcapped. 40 overcapped. This is already with the instance. Scuffed, man. We like attack speed struggle bus here. Not sure how I'll get 100%. The starters, it's fine. The very, very hungry dog here. Did you hear that? The best picks in hordes. Usually the Hellborn stuff, followed by the elite stuff, followed by the Elderlord stuff. Elderlord is also good for the season reputation. Yes, Mary. Every season is a reset. You can keep playing your old character and on Eternal, but you won't be on a seasonal server where everyone else is usually playing. Can you get like 1 point in there and just say that you're gonna be okay with a bit less cold rest? Hmm. These rings with their scuffed resistances, man. Fire and lightning. I kind of want to pick this, huh? You have 13 resolve. Oh my god. Let me open this thing. It's 30% toughness increase for 4 points. Pretty good. At least pushing. Guys pushing her to remove the auspicious and put that here. Okay, I think there's not much more to do here right now. I'll have to try some Crushing Hand. Dude, I have like so many builds I need to try some Spiritborn. It's gonna be wild. I really wonder how the a new pants will be. They could be really insane. They could be kind of good. They could be kind of shit. I don't know. Anything else you want to do here? I just realized there's actually a buff to evade Spiritborn here. Evade Spiritborn currently runs Drive. But even evade, like the fastest build in the game pretty much. Almost. Cannot stack this to maximum right now. Like you don't get higher than 8. Now I get 10. Okay, anything else you want to cook here? There's still like minion necro stuff. This one. It's actually gonna be kind of nice because you can sacrifice the golem for life. You can sacrifice the warriors for crit, I guess. Or res if you have to. Arc makes it really fun for casting minions. Yeah, it sounds kind of fun. But I feel like we're still missing that kind of core minion functionality, right? Like telling them what to attack. And stuff like that. But I don't know, maybe I'll try it. The Storm Feather, Firestorm from the Amulet and attack. Probably not. I'll be very surprised, but you never know. Yeah. Yes, I'm gonna be a bee. 1 minute. Alright, you're back, guys. Nah, it was I was muted. I was just talking to Melon. Heartseeker will return sometime. Apparently, the rogue basic attack build is going to be relatively solid. Our rogues think right now. So we'll see. But yeah, Heartseeker and especially Invigorating Strike seems to be a thing. It'll be interesting. The Steam Head Bros, yes. Time to drop Rogue, Flay, Bleed, Barb, Hype. Yeah, Flay could be pretty good. Maybe do like Lunge for T4 and then Flay for the bosses and push and stuff. I think that could be a nice combo. And you only swap like one item or 2 items or something. Just like swap 2 weapons. That's it. T4 or PoE2? I like both games a lot. I'm maining those right now. Wait, is there anything else you want to go for? You just want to test Druid and complain to Blizzard. Yeah. Good idea, actually. Ah, we wanted to do the Bone Splinter stuff. Do I have like a Bone Splinter build from like before? I might have a Bone Splinter build somewhere. What kind was that? Season 4? Maybe. That's maybe a bit too long ago. I mean, pre-expansion stuff is... yeah, whatever. Dude, I should actually check if I can do something like Azarath Rogue again. That was actually really fun. Yeah, season 6. Did I get any upgrades though? Not really, but I mean I pushed like pit 95 of this or something. Like the old pits. Retribution, huh? Conceded. Frostbitten, so that is gone. Concussive Strikes is gone. Close Quarters, Giga nerfed. But also other stuff became better. So first of all, this was running Death Trap and not Shadow Clone. Yeah, maybe if I played this with Shadow Clone, it might be better off than before. I wonder if I should revive this build. It might be worth. Let me try. Something of Minion Barb. And Minion Barb is going to remain really powerful next season. This thing has diamonds in chest. Holy. Tum mod for Dark Shrouds. Oh my god. What the hell am I doing here? Second Wind, Stun Tempers. That's some old school shit, man. Okay. Okay, and also Fist of Fate is outdated. So yeah, we don't do Death Trap. We do this. Yo, Van Kaifi, thanks for Prime. I'm obsessed with PvE too, but I've been playing before recently since PvE is moving so slow. I mean, they are actually making like lots of big updates all the time, but yeah. We're kind of waiting now, right? Since they're doing like PvE 1 stuff and so on for now. Okay, we do Epoch Furor. And then we do probably not high velocity. I do Vehement Brawler. And then we do high velocity here. We have Branching Volley. Trap cooldown. That's a Shadow Clown cooldown. Dude, this is trap cooldown. This is the old trap cooldown thing. Okay, Shadow Clown. And then I can do Lucky Hit actually as a temper. Also Barrier Gen. Lucky Hit chance. I mean, even here, Lucky Hit chance, would be how much? Let's say I have 250. Right. It's like a 3% increase. It's not that crazy. Barrier Gen might just be it. There's also Calptop's duration. I think I should probably do something like a Kalos duration. I also don't need these dash ranks, I think. Also do this. So we get some cast a weapon, apply vulnerable and chill enemies. Does it still do that? Wait, did I change that? No, it still works. So I guess we don't need a chill. But we also don't need a crit. So we don't need anything. We have Pock and Ohm. Oh my god. What a Neo and Quax. There's Kalos duration on the neck. That's funny. I wonder if they're gonna go for something like Tibbles or so. Honestly, just put Umbers here. Not the worst. How about Tom Cry? This is a full, but you already freeze and make vulnerable easily. I think Tom Cry is not a bad idea. Makes you wonder if I should like swap the two. So we get 25 per attack. So we need 16 shots to get 1 Quacks proc. We do how many per second? I think it's Gaius again. This is an Azarath rogue. I played this in season 6. I want to see if that's actually playable. Wait, what is it looking for now? The attack speed breakpoint. So how many attacks do we do? Barrage. It's 1.1 for a bow. So we need 183% attack speed. And then we attack 5.5 times per second. Oops. Okay. So, can make advantage. I have a 35. We have 65. We have 80. Oh. So I need one more rank and I can't get advantage. Let's do this basically. Dude, how much lucky hit does this thing have? It's actually insane. So the setup has 230% lucky hit, and this does not include economic advantage and the potion. So this has 40. It's gonna be at almost 300% lucky hit. Is that bonus or total? This is bonus. So I've almost quadrupled the lucky hit. Shadow Step is at 300. Shadow Step is at 331% lucky hit, by the way. Very cool. Thanks, Gorgamelax. Most friends are already done with season 8. I mean, it's been a month now. I also think it's the best season, actually, but, you know, PTR is coming, season 9 is coming. I do have to say it's kind of funny to see 331% lucky hit here. This could be more. $386. Is that actually 1-to-1? Yeah. So Shadow Step actually has 100% baseline? Wasn't it 50 in the past? Did it make it 100? Oh wait, I just realized the problem. Your casts with this weapon apply vulnerable. Oh shit. Wait, does it even work? We should test that. Season 9, the stash squish. The stash squish. The stat squish? No, it's not a stat squish, it's just like nerfing a bunch of builds basically. Or mini builds to be fair. Okay, here's an Azarath. So you have to test if that actually procs. Should be easy to see if I take an older weapon. It should be easy to see regardless. I kind of wish every season had a mini campaign for leveling. I mean, kind of like a seasonal quest line that you do with your character. Oh my god. So why do I send us to like 50k? Ah, it's precision. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it works. I think the build doesn't work actually. They changed Azarath and it doesn't work. With range attacks now. Like it's not proccing. No, actually, wait a minute. It sounded like 100k there. Maybe it does work. 50k? It's just very tiny. Or is that a... No, that's a follower. He's doing 100k. I'm doing nothing. Thanks, Jogger. It will change the identity of ladder boss. New numbers will show you to place the target from uniques and stuff. Well, I think that at least I could like distribute the uniques more, right? Okay, there's some uniques you get there, and then there's some uniques you get there. Like we had the Infernal Hordes, for example, but now they just took all the Infernal Hordes and put it on the bosses anyway. So it's kind of like, yeah, weird. Well, maybe I should equip Azarath, that would be helpful. Oh. Maybe it does work. I saw 1 million, I saw 4 million. Okay. Saves, guys. Okay, all good. All good. Where did I take that from? Something like that. I should play some more Ranged Arrows, man. This season. It's so nice and smooth. Oh. Okay, anyway. So it is functional. That's good. Heartseeker Barrage going to be meta in Season 9. Nah, meta will remain in Death Trap. But, you know, there's some other stuff catching up a bit. Can't we do this? Actually, need to do this. What can we do here? There's chance to days, maybe. His name is Bruce. So I think Mangler is actually just the way here. We probably need... I actually don't need rest, it looks like. Maybe we're fine. That is actually kind of nice. We have to cast our ultimate every 10 seconds anyway. 30 attack speed. Sounds kind of good. And I think I might not actually do the DR thing. Should be tanky enough anyway as a rogue. So we can do the crowd control and like a hit chance. But it's actually Giga Stagger. There's also this here. The summons are powered after you injure or kill an enemy. It's gonna be funny to walk around with like a big Shadow Clone. And an even bigger Hydra, man. We have to try this with a Hydra. Oh shit. I guess we do the Lucky 8 stuff. That is kind of nice, and we need School of Control for that. And we don't need Chill. Poison. Activates Chilling Wind. Maybe do this. Do we have like a knockdown or something here? Days we have already. There's Mobilize. It's also the Fear, right? Fear and 8% slow. I'm not sure if I really want to do the Fear. Like, even though we have more stack out of it, sounds like it's gonna be a bit scuffed. Stun. Okay, let's try this. So I see it says attack speed bonus capped to 60% close quarters, alchemical advantage. But if this thing also works here, we get 30%. And then we have high velocity as well. Yeah, maybe we just don't want to go branching volleys, but I think we kind of want to, because we need AoE clear. It's this versus arrow storms pretty much. So let's do this. 4% chance, 70% chance to split into 2. There is a chance to split into 2. So 100% chance to ricochet. So here on average we're gonna have 5 hits, 10 hits. And you have to have a 70% chance to split into 2. Let's say they all hit. So it happens 3.5 times on average. So 35% increase in AoE damage. It's actually not that much. And basically nothing on boss or so. So maybe we should just do Conceited. Unless we have a Giga overkill damage, then we can do Branching Volley for clear. Aspect of Quickening Fog. I can still put something here. Dark Shroud damage. This would be 330. It will probably be more damage, just go Dark Shroud anyway, to be honest. Like, they really nerfed the scaling so hard. What is the Paragon like? You have to tell the ambush, log out. We should do dance. We have Cheap Shot as well. This will always work, besides when the boss is not staggered, and this will always work when you have Caltrops up, which is basically just on the boss. But then will always work on the boss. Let's say screw Deadly Ambush. You also don't need most of the other stuff here. So we delete that. And put Dance. This has a lot of strength, so you can do a bit turf glyph here. Don't care that much about the DR. But we don't get sniped by corpse bows like this. Dance is definitely gonna be last. Okay, just something about Devious. 14.2, we have control as well. Here we kinda need stagger and stuff. There's like no alternative here. There's like versatility. You can do versatility if you go only for the clone. And Headhunter. Okay, how is this looking? 90. What? How's this 90? When does this 800? I guess it's Blizzard math, huh? So if I take Shroud. 77. It's a 7.3% difference. But how much additive does this setup have? 2, 3, 8, 1100. 16. 2.2. 2.6. 3. 3k. Yeah. Also, there's random wound damage here. What the hell? Wait, do we need that attack speed? Guess I do live. They have close temper here. It's actually higher these days. Wait, this close damage temper is less than the nerfed one we have now. What? Interesting. What if I remove this? 87. That is somewhat hilarious. I think I still have too much. Okay, how's the Shadow Clown cooldown? 20 seconds. You want to cast it maybe 10? Need 150 energy spent in 10 seconds. If 15 per second, it costs 15 per cast. We cast it 5.5 times per second. So you get 1 preparation proc per second. So we easily reset this, no problem. We can actually cast it so that we have perma unsolvable while attacking. So that's fine. Armor is way too high. Do we have any bonuses that only apply to cold damage? Not really. We don't have Elvish Bounty or something. We have 900 all stats. Also have 5 points too many spent. If I get rid of Control Glyph and you put something else, you don't rely on the stagger that much, but I guess that's fine. Cast agility every 6 seconds, that's fine. Quick attacks is now changed as well. Thank you, Stranger's Husk. Yo, the auto sorting is not messed up, it's just a weird system. Favorite items come after the non-favorited. So it first does like, you know, GA non-favorite, and then non-GA non-favorite, and then favorite GA, favorite non-GA, and so on. Is Flurry gonna be alive in Season 9? I mean, Flurry is okay, but probably not really more than that. Helm, boots, haste. You have too much move speed. Which means you can probably remove this, yeah. But I have like nothing to put here. Like, what should I do? You don't need Vuln. Don't need any of the additive. You don't need attack speed. You don't need crit. I think Loss Ring. I can do this maybe. 14. Okay, so it's 18k life. I really want to try this again. Save. Just not sure what to put in the boots. I wonder if I should just go Penitent Greaves, honestly. I mean, why not? There's like not really anything special on these boots. Dex Life, Caltrops, Manglers. Like, it's all useless. It'd be chill anyway, 25% extra damage. You don't even need this. Chill, slow, potency. Like, I don't know. We don't need anything. I suppose the move speed is not bad because you get it in town. You can save a point even if you do this. But I think it's pretty try hard, so. Okay, so we have stun, daze, immobilize, chill, freeze. Slow. So we're missing fear, knockdown. Knockdown actually here sometimes. And we get unhindered as well, which is kind of nice. And we even reset our evade, despite not having the mod because of rapid gambits. One, two, three, four, five legendaries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 uniques. I'm gonna try this on PTR. I think that's gonna be fun. I hope it's gonna be good enough. So you the crit gem is higher than the old gem. And I think we don't need the old, right? So Neo Quacks I proc every 4 seconds. If you do Tam Quacks, I can proc it 5.5 attacks per second, so let's say 5.25. Yeah, it's like 3 seconds. I actually get pretty good uptime there. Or I don't get a pull that frequently. So I'm not sure yet. We might swap this again. Neo Cry. Goes to the Seer Cry. Like this. So it usually will proc when I actually, like, you know, start fighting. Because I was just like run, shadow step. And for farming, I'm first gonna go jar anyway. This is not for tomorrow, but sometime this week I'll play this. This is an Asherwrath Rogue. A build I played in Season 6. I want to try it again. Back then I cleared like, I think pretty close to 100. Maybe I did 100 in the old pits with this. And you get a bunch of nerfs, a bunch of buffs since then. I have the Shadow Clone stuff. So the Shadow Clone works properly if there's Asherwrath. And it procs it. It could be pretty nice. Shadow Clone does a lot of damage. We'll see. I should probably put some planners in the Discord. I think I have not done all of them. Let me see. So let's put this one. What else we have? Crushing Hand. I mean, not everything's like fully done. What's that? We have this already. Balazan, Rake, Balazan. Balazan. Okay, what else? This is here. Touch of Death. Oh, that's gonna be interesting, actually. I think that's gonna be very strong. Did we do the lunging strike? Yes. Evade. Dario, I think that's gonna be pretty good too. Bone Spin or something on your cook. Did it put Earth Spike? Yes. Poison Trap, Kill. Hydra. Didn't do anything for Necro yet, but the other class we have at least one. Yeah, I want to try the Bone Splinters. Need to cook that. Yo, thank you, Charles. Yeah, I think boost is gonna be available right away. What's better for death trap? Sword, GA, OP, and life, or dagger, GA, dex, and life? I'm not sure what people are running right now. Maybe they run swords. I mean, GA, OP is not very useful, but it's like, you know, you have the life anyway, which is a more important one, and then slightly less dex. It's probably fine either way. Cold Puncture Rook is fun with Cold Clip. Yeah, dude, there's actually a problem with this patch. They made Eldritch Bounty only activate when you actually have the thing on the bar now. Here. Each occurs a human skill. So stuff like Cold Clip and Word of Arcan and the Assassin's Stride and Pestilent Points, like all that stuff is just not working with this anymore. It's actually kind of scuffed. They need to make that work again. Also, here's an exit that I didn't take. Yep. Hey Zaros. Tomorrow, me blast. I'm kinda excited. Okay, this looks prettier. Do you have like a nice path out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nah. Like, Spot Weakness is not as great as this board. But okay. Okay. Do I want to swap these two? Versatility and fluidity, they have the same requirements. But need to get the resources earlier. It's probably better to keep the fluidity there. 12 is coming kind of late, but okay. If you have all 3 imbues on the bar, does it mean you have 90? No, it only buffs the type of the imbue. You increase damage for that imbuement's elements. So in the past, that was actually interesting, but in the past, when you had Word of Arcane and Rain of Arrows, you got all 3 imbuements on the Rain of Arrows, and it was actually triple buffed. And not only that, but they were multiplied of each other. Back then it was 20%, you got like 1.2, 1.2, 1.2. That's kind of busted. I did that back in Season 2 for the Rain of Arrows guide. But they fixed it somewhere along the way. Like, I played some Rain of Arrows this season, I was like, wait, Darkside, why don't we run this? And he checked it again, and it didn't actually work. So somewhere they fixed it. But yeah, for that it was pretty nuts. But yeah, now we have a bunch of builds that currently run Eldritch Bounty, and will in the future no longer have access to Eldritch Bounty, even though they're like very imbuement based, like Rain of Arrows with Word of Arcane. Or if that was ever a thing, like Pestilent Points, you know, Cold Clip Heartseeker, for example, cannot run Eldritch Bounty now. Like, it's actually, like, I think they tried to make this, like, more quality of life, but they actually just kind of, like, removed it from some builds, basically. They need to revert this. Or maybe have both, like, you know, you just get it if you have that on a bar, or you activate it somehow. Yeah, Roa does get imbued. And just the new Eldritch Bounty will not activate if you don't have the imbuement on the bar, and you don't. You know, you don't put the imbuements on the bar on the Rain of Arrows build. You just trigger them from the Word of Arcane. Make a video short for this. I mean, I'll probably make some sort of, like, you know, feedback summary and so on anyway, so. And there's already a discussion on the partner Discord about this. So I think it's likely they will change this. This seems like, you know, just revert it back to what it was. that would already be fine. You know, no one ever had a problem with Eldritch Bounty. You know, it has a 9-second timer on the live server right now. The base cooldown of imbuements is like 11 seconds. So you need to have like a 0 cooldown to then have a tiny gap. If you rely on pressing it, that's 13 seconds. But either way, you know, everyone just has preparation anyway. You press your stuff all the time, and, you know, at least it works for everything, not just for builds that actively press imbuement. What is better in Sorc and less build in Amulet? GA Int or Inner Flames? Yeah, usually you go GA main stats, and then you masterwork the passive. Because the GA is stronger on other stats that are not ranks. Because you only get +1 rank from the GA, but you get the same +1 rank from a masterwork crit. But on other stats, the masterwork crit is worth 25%, and the GA is worth 50%. So usually do something like this. You know, GA main stat, and then masterwork the passive. Yo, Tyler, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Okay, so I think this is kind of done. I need to check about the attack speed bonuses. I think that was the number, right? 83% actually. The same concept of flurry build, but for barrage. No, this has nothing to do with flurry. I wonder if we actually want to have innovation ranks or something. 40% chance to gain 8 energy. We have 66 lucky hits, so how much energy do we proc? This is per arrow. And on average we have 5. We have like almost 9 arrows. So you have 233% lucky hit every time you click. No, you have 2.33 procs every time you click, right? Is that what? Wait, what did I calculate? Yes. It's 2.33 procs. So this is 19 energy every time you click. Okay, we don't need shit for resources here. We just have infinite resources. Even on a unlucky streak. Just those 4 ranks here is fine. Maybe early game we'll put like 1 lucky hit restores. Use a lot of same skills. I mean, it's like pretty typical rogue stuff right now. Yeah, we have Shadow Clone. And then you have like, you know, some of the Paragon boards like Dance Macabre. No Witnesses. So that is kind of similar, yeah. I'm not sure if the Flurry build will be like Momentum now. Momentum will make you giga tanky. So that's kind of cool. This blaster does so little damage. 436. Holy. Yeah, I want to play Flurry RF again, man. Shadow Imbue, Flurry RF. That's some cool stuff. Actually, I realized you could put Cold View on bar. And then you run Eldritch Bounty. Instead of Exploit Weakness. But on the other hand, I mean, you're gonna stick this at 25 in like probably a second. So it's gonna be almost permanent 25. We could remove Cheap Shot though. But Cheap Shot is overall a pretty nice board. There's life, there's the R, there's life and res. Eldritch Bounty also has life, DR, res. Res armor. Not bad. But the thing is you have to put Cold Immune on the bar, which doesn't do anything for us at all. And we lose Shadow Step or Dash. It's not very good. Dude, why can't I just run 2 ultimates? Why can't I just like go Death Trap and Shadow Clone? That would be cool. Could actually do the Poison Trap here for pushing. Knockdown. 20 non-fizz. That's actually some nice utility. Remember the old school Poison Trap support stuff. Every build is running Poison Trap for knockdown and everything. Okay. Safe. So here's the Bone Spinner shenanigans here. There's a build where you spam Bone Spirit and that triggers 18 Bone Spinners in all directions. That could be something. Yes, Temerson block chance. Interesting. So something like that. You kind of need to go Bone Prison with Prophet or Rule, right? Which means no Sever teleporting. Oof. Oh my god. Low guard, I'm not gonna put a 5th board. 4 boards is enough. Can we just pretend the cap is 4? Blood begets blood, I guess. So this will probably be the setup then. Minion Necro meta. Pretty much. Kind of interesting pants. They have crit, 3 completely worthless stats. Half the unique line is worthless, and then boom, 50% damage. Like, what the hell is this pair of pants? Like, this line just needs to get deleted, right? For this to make any kind of sense. Bone crit damage. I guess it's like Soul Rift. Oh. Ultimate. I actually need to do this. Season 9 is on 1st July. Okay, there's a lot of really good stuff here. That's 6% per point. This is 8% per point, but I need to get a darkness skill. Actually, we do have a darkness skill. We can do gloom. This is a terror. This is 6% per point, 6% per point. This is 8% per point, but needs to ramp a little bit. Let's do gloom. It's actually a few things. This is 4% per point. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have enough res. I think you can do something like a hit restore resource like that. So if that procs, which is very likely. Actually, I don't think we need it. We get 41 back. And then we have the bone splinters coming out. Shit, do we actually go Bloodmoon Breaches? What about all the skill ranks? %42% from just skill ranks. Then we can do int, but it's a lot of crit. Epoch. Sun. That sounds pretty good actually. Probably Ahu. Ahu and what? Ahuja. Vex. Cry. I wonder if we can get away with this, yeah. Full. I know. I need mobility. Fuck it. Try this. That's a knife. Pretty bad. We have 150 essence. Restore 80. 110. Yeah, restore everything. We don't even have to hit anything. So we should be fine. We just need to get to 100% crit, which I think we will. Yeah, essence generation is increased by 50%. Oh shit. And that's nice. And in that case, that should be a lot more chill. When you're playing on PTR, a lot of Spiritborn. And some Sorc and some Rogue. Maybe a lot of Rogue. And some Barb and some Druid. Maybe a bit of Necro. I feel like I kind of need to get rid of these pants. They seem just not worth it. What about Tybalt? No. Bone Splinter, where is it? It's also 30 DR, which is kind of nice. We have armor here, maybe put another armor. And we can put a temper. We can even put the Emerge Blood Orb. Put Emerge on the bar. We can just make Blood Orbs whenever we want. Okay, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then bam, 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 bam. It's maybe not the worst idea. I've done it before. No blood mist. Maybe it's fine. We don't actually need this or this. I don't know, maybe it helps. Bone Spindles cast twice. I'm not 100% sure if that works, but I think it does. I hope it does, because otherwise... This is 71 restore. It's like 120 restore per cast. Plus 30% per second, so maybe you get like 5, 6, 7 before the next cast. It's like another 10, 15. Okay. Fuck. I realize I have one whole darkness skill on my bar for Reaper's Pursuit. Beautiful. Never making another Necro. Yeah, I always feel like so motivated because there's like cool stuff on this class. And then I play it, I'm like, fuck. That's usually how it goes. Let's see how much armor and stuff you're gonna have. I'm gonna put res here. Corpse tendril size. That's curse size. Lucky hit. Blight, chill, potency. Yeah. Just put curse size there. Okay, we sacrifice our dudes. Essence regeneration and the maximum essence increased. I think we go for that, right? You can probably hit 100% crit and 100% attack speed. We're kind of close. This is like cap 1 or cap 2. Bone golden sacrifice. Wait, there's attack speed as well. Ah, we're on the golem. Okay, never mind. That's a lot of crit damage. I wonder if the maximum essence is better than the wall damage, but I think not. 31 shadow damage. Yeah, we can actually do that, I just realized. Because you do shadow now on the bone. That's kind of nuts. Okay, let's do this. Okay, what do you want? We want Abyssal, I guess. That's nice. You want Sacrificial. What is this? Vuln, Crowd, Healthy, Injured. Oh my god. What is this? Blood, Healthy, Bone, and Crit. Okay, so one goes here. One goes there. And now we cry. So you can do Darkness. That's reduced damage. Increased overpower damage. Honestly, I should probably do dominate. I think you're overpowering enough. Do we have breakpoints for this? Fuck. They're all the same? Holy. Yeah, but who knows what Bone Spirit is, so... If we can cast like 4 Bone Spirits per second, we could do a really good use of overpowering Sun. Revenge. You want Essence on a dex board. 64. 74, but this is sacrificial. So we do it here. There's Amplify. No. Interesting. This glyph is 14.2 for this class. Another class is like 10.2, I think. That's Undaunted, I suppose. Increase damage to crowd controls. I mean, we should really have issues with bosses, to be fair. I'm gonna Amplify and Dominate or Eliminator. Damage to crowd and wounds, so let's do Amplify here, I suppose. And Eliminator. Overpower got nerfed a lot. Fucking finally, I think. This needs dex. Looks kind of funny, actually. Okay, so what is this? Amplify. We don't really want to path up there, I think. I wonder if I want to swap those two. Shadow damage over time, resource cost reduction. Oh my god. Yeah, this is like last board actually. That goes there. This has all magic. Bone crit. He has great chance. Let's also make some essence. Mm-hmm. So much life on this board. This one's actually attached on all sides. Kind of funny. What did I do? Abyssal with Dex. So you have this exit there. You kind of have everything. Okay, so how's the crit chance now? 80. And my bone crit is also higher, no? .6 increased crit chance for each 30 you have on cast. No, I'm not sure if that actually works with the bone splinters. I kind of doubt it. Does anyone know that? So I think you'll have to put 2 times bone crit. Nine, 19. You need to judge Woody emote. Yeah, you can do that too. Why Tibbot's Will? Tibbot's Will is big damage. Hello, Vincenzo. Okay, do I have any other like hidden crit chance? Bone skills deal 0.5% increased damage for each point of essence you have when cast. Yeah, Monka S. Does it even work? I wonder if this even works. But even if it doesn't, I guess we take it for the essence generation, because what is the other option? Actually, there is 100% increased all power damage. which with proc sun, procking like every second, actually sounds like it's probably better. Funny enough. So I guess you have to do a bit of like testing there. Okay, attack speed bonus, 87. $15k life, 2.4k int. What's our max essence now? 180. Not sure if we're gonna get enough back. This might be a bit tight. Do we need any cooldown at all? One wouldn't hurt. State of D4. I thought a really good time in Season 8. Also, do we have attack speed here? Calculated on. No, we don't. We have Moonrise. Fuck. Okay, so we need less attack speed. Should be very tanky too, to set up. I'm just not really sure if you're actually gonna fill our resources enough. So you might have to do something like this, yeah. What do we have for resource generation? Just a chest. Also fight armor. I also have essence. And then this thing gives us some. And this one. And the splinters. Actually, we should be fine. This thing has plus 17 ranks, by the way. So 40% buff from the pants versus a 50% buff. Actually, I also have the int here, so the int is like another 8. So it's close to 40. And then we get it at 30 DR, the corpse general size, the res. I think I have way too much res. What's the armor? I have way too much armor and way too much res. So we set attack speeds. There's also a maximum resource generation per second we can do. I think I'll do it, just to have like backup. Might not be necessary. Okay, how much additive does this build have? 700, 8, 9, 11, 13, 14, 16, 19, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, and then live, yeah, with all powers it's like another 1800. So almost double from overpowers, and the overpowers should happen. Something like half of my damage should be overpowered, I think. So I wonder if I should actually go for Roughness Vigor. This might actually be just better. If this doesn't work, I need to check if this even works. If that works, it's definitely better, but if not, we can go Roughness. Actually have all the boards. There's 24 points left that we have like nothing to do with. I also have way too much rest. I'm 22 rest overcapped. Wait, what? And armor also is giga overcapped. So what the hell do I do now? Yeah, we can do this. That's nothing I can do, I guess. We just have all the rest and all the armor. $37 points. That have like no purpose here. That's nuts. I guess I can take 4 maximum Shadow Ras. Wow. Is a bit of damage, but healthy, I guess. Scuffed. Dude, Necro Paragon, man. That's all I can say here. The Rogue will be very frustrating in Season 9. No, I don't think so. Rogue will be just fine. Death Trap will be insane, and they have a bunch of other good builds. There will be a Party TB, Poison Trap, Invigorating Strike, Heartseeker. Yeah, the marksman stuff is not great, but otherwise, they're looking okay. Really might also be fine. The new class finally being added, it was still a myth. We expect a Paladin, but they haven't said anything. But that will be next year, when the expansion comes. Okay, tomorrow we have another day to cook. For now, that's what I got here, guys. I'm gonna try Necro minion thing. Splitters. Yeah, we'll see. I think a lot of them will probably change a bit, but for now, we'll see. I'm not really sure about, like, okay, that's what is here. Classified essence. Bone spenders. What else actually? Select something else on cast. We might actually need a lot less resource gen. It's actually kind of funny. Do I want to do this bone prison stuff? Mostly for Path to Dragul. You get more maximum essence. 60 maximum essence is a lot. But other than that, I can run other stuff. 60 bone skills. It's too important, I guess. I think I'm gonna go, guys. Been sitting here for 9 hours making planners. I think we'll try this tomorrow then. There's a few more I'll do before the PTR launches. And then we have a lot of stuff to try. Probably gonna cook a bit more rogue stuff as well. Wanna try the minion Necro. Maybe I'll do something here. But I mean, Druid doesn't change at all, really. Besides Mjolnir nerf. I guess that might change a few builds. And then go Grizzly Rage now, maybe. But that's about it. Rogue has some stuff going on though. Yeah, I'm gonna raid someone. Have a good one. I raid Angomez, guys. Who was the winner of yesterday's and all the other PoE races so far in PoE 2. So why not? Let's send him some love. Bring back Deathblow. Yeah, that will need a miracle, I think. I'm not gonna try Deathblow, to be honest. Okay, see you guys.